Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you know. Take the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bunjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? It's for TV. It's for you,
Spoon Radio, Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment, the Spoon Network brings you Liberia's most informative talk show on radio and online every single day at about this time. So I'd like to say welcome. Thanks to all of you across the world for joining us. This is Spoon Talk. We're back on the radio. Many thanks to all of you joining us here in Liberia. We are live on Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric Radio 101.1, and a host of other radio stations across the country. Thanks to our partner radio stations that are always making sure that Liberians can get us across the country on the different frequencies. I want to say thanks to Trust FM in Bowman County, thanks to Premium FM in Bone County, Print Radio is there in Grand Crew, Radio Yalaman is in Seclipi, Nimba County, and a host of other radio stations across the country, always relaying the program, making sure that thousands of Liberians can troop in here every single day to know what the happenings are. We want to welcome our online audience as well, the thousands of you who join us every single day from across the world as we stream live across several platforms, our social media handles, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV, our YouTube audience there on Spoon Talk Live. It's always very interesting when we have you coming on, sharing your thoughts in the comment section, agreeing and disagreeing. It becomes a whole community all by itself, and we appreciate all of you joining us from across the world on our social media handles. My name is Nelson Colette. It's going to be another great show, the first working day of the week on the Monday evening or afternoon, based on where you are. Just share the program as you join us tonight. Kindly share the show across your different social media handles. Let's have a great show tonight. I see we all set. I see Dr. Richardson is in the background. Let me bring her on. Welcome to the show, Dr. Richardson. It's good to see you.
Yes, Nelson. Hello, how are you doing? Hello.
Sorry. What? Sorry. Okay. I think we all set now.
Yeah. How you doing, Nelson?
Yes, Dr. Richardson, I'm doing well. I think I had a good day. I was able to sleep. I was able to take a nap before coming on.
That's a
Yeah.
good day when you can take a nap before your next gig.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, the weather is looking better so far, although
Okay.
they are forecasting another winter storm, but I didn't see
Mm.
it yet. Today I went outside. It was warm. It was nice and warm. So I'm knocking on wood and hoping that it's gonna stay stay the same. But besides that, everything seems to be okay on this end. Yesterday was Sunday. The United States had its Super Bowl, where we have two football teams. It's just like almost like a kind of meet, but on a larger level. Like two football teams come together and play, and so the not the Sixer, my people, the Philadelphia team, they won. Yes, the Philadelphia football team won. Um, and it's been quite an interesting event. Everybody's been happy in Philadelphia. People were in my neighborhood. Uh, they were making noise.
Mhm.
Blowing their horns. Yes, they had uh, like shooting stuff up in the skies. But it was really really wonderful to see people were happy. Yeah. So
Yeah.
so it's
And
good.
and
Yeah.
and
Uh-huh.
even from here, I saw that the Super Bowl took over the entire internet. A lot of people sharing their thoughts. Some people happy that the team won. Others
Mhm.
disappointed as well. And yes, like you said, what it brought to me was that whole feeling of the county meet here in Liberia. When it's county meet, you see everyone cheering for their respective counties, and it is this thing about, oh no, I'll win. No, you can win, and it becomes a unifier as well, wherein people
Mhm.
who do not really get along, people who you would not normally see, in that kind of friendly conversations, will put aside political differences, put aside all of their other differences, and just unite in the name of sports, in the name of the county meet, and all of that. So yes, I think
Yeah.
sports has been proven over the years to be a unifier beyond words.
Yes, absolutely. So everywhere we go, people are saying, "Go Eagles, go Birds." That's what it's been like
Yeah.
today. People, their color is green and white, and so people have been wearing the green. Everywhere I went today, I went to the grocery store. I saw people wearing the green and white. But I know they're planning on having a parade as soon as the team gets to Philadelphia. They played in Louisiana, if I remember correctly, because I was kind of, I follow sports because of my husband. But you're right, it was such a unified because my husband is actually a Steelers fan, but he was supporting the Sixers because they're from Philadelphia, and we do a lot of things in Philadelphia, even though we don't live in the Philadelphia area, but we're not too far. So you're right, it unifies everybody. Even though you have your county team that you might be from a particular county, but you support another team just because you like that team or because they have better talent or your team didn't make it. But it does unify people, and so everywhere today. So I know I know there's going to be a parade. So I don't know what the city's going to be like. I hope it's not on the night that I teach because I don't want to be caught up in the traffic. Yes, I don't want to be caught up. I mean, I no matter where you go, it's going to be people are going to be going into the city, to enjoy, and then they're going to be coming home. Although I come home late, but that people will just be overly joyful, to be up all night or dancing and having a good time. So, but it's gonna be really interesting. It's just nice to see everybody come together. In Philadelphia, they have not won for a long time. They were the underdog. Really, the Chiefs, they won twice recently, but the Eagles, I think they have not won for a long time. The coach of the Chiefs were a former Eagles coach, and he left from here. He never got a ring. I don't believe he never won when he was coaching the Eagles, but when he left and went to the Chiefs, he won. He won twice. So it was such an interesting game. And then, of course, the highlight was most people like me who don't really follow football. you follow the halftime performance. So over the years, they have had like some really wonderful performers, you know, like J Lo, just different important, interesting people. This year they had Lamar Kendrick, I believe that's his name, and you know he's like my daughter's crowd, your crowd, Nelson. Y'all hang out with the young people. You know who Lamar Kendrick is. So she had to actually Google him, and I had to Google him to learn about him. You know, when the kids start talking about somebody, you better Google inside. They didn't know who they were talking about, but he was okay. I mean, my daughters they understood exactly what he was saying and all that stuff in the song, but I was just like, I want some OJs and I want some old school, you know. So it was really interesting. But he did, according to my daughters, you know, they looked at the symbolic presentation of the performance, and they said they said he did well. A lot of things were deep. You gotta be like paying attention to understand that he was actually revolting against the establishment in this country, but a lot of people didn't see it. So a lot of people didn't really like, you know, Lamar Kendrick. But my daughters thought that they got the symbolic and the unwritten message that was in the song, you know, unsung message that was in the song. So that was interesting. But yeah, that's what's going on in my end of the world. What's going on in your end of the world, Nelson? I know there's no dull moment in our country.
Oh yeah, there's always something happening in Liberia, and the happenings are just back to back. You know, it's like you have many pages, you know, in the newspaper, and it's just flipping so fast. So yeah, so many things happening, especially with today being the first edition of Spoon Talk. I will try my best to just be quick on those different updates, and then we move on. Well,
yeah, actually, you know, sometimes we elaborate on the show, so we'll just listen and then just give us a tease of what's going on, and then we'll probably elaborate more in the show.
Oh yeah, definitely. So it's been a whole lot across the country over the past few days. Firstly, beginning with the suspension situation, the whole NOCA situation that bursted recently. The president took an action, suspended the NOCA box, pending investigation and all of that. And so, yes, today she made an appearance at the LACC, and she was being engaged. She was being asked, you know, a lot of. I mean, the investigation has literally started. The LACC is investigating her over this information about the purchase of the vehicle and all of that. And as she entered the premises of the LACC today, she got there in the very two vehicles, the controversial vehicles, or the vehicles in question, on a discussion. And so, yes, but on the flip side that the Rich is saying, some of the people who support the NOCA boss also appeared. You know, they went there with their placards today as well, calling on the government of Liberia. There were some inscriptions on the placards. Some said LACC should be holistic in her corruption fight, while other inscriptions said no selective fight or go for corruption cases. And then another one that I captured said LACC should invite the CBL, National Road Fund, NAFA, for investigation as well. So those supporters of the NOCA boss, Rosalind Swakoko, they gathered there as well before the LACC, calling on the president or the government in general to be holistic with respect to the fight against corruption. They think what is happening is not holistic. And so they were calling on.
I think I saw one that talked about selective justice.
Yeah, exactly. There was another one capturing that as well. So, but on the flip side, going to the Capitol building or the first branch of government, a lot has been happening. Mbato Speaker Kofat arrived in the country over the weekend, and he was engaged. He was asked. As usual, the journalists will want to ask the question or want to know what's going to happen ahead of time. So he was asked as to whether he will appear, whether he will sit under the gavel of Speaker Kun, who has been elected by the majority bloc. And he said, no, he's not going to appear there. He's not going to sit under the gavel of the folks in the majority bloc because he's a speaker. He remains the speaker of the country. But why this is happening, Dr. Richardson, you know that bulk of the people, a majority of his colleagues who stood by his side, are already on the other side. They made a decision, according to them, based on the fact that they need to do the job of the Liberian people. So they've moved on the other side of the Red Sea, but the Mbato speaker said he's not going to sit there, and so that's another one that's been happening as well over the weekend. The vice president has been engaged with the energy, the discussion regarding the energy sector of the country. It's been a major one over the weekend. They've been there since Saturday up to Sunday afternoon. The conversation continued, and it is expected that following that engagement, they're going to come up with some sort of solution around how we can have a better energy sector, how the electricity situation in the country can be addressed. War and Economic Crimes Court is still a conversation in the country, and the head of the Office of War and Economic Crimes Court in the country, Councillor Babu, had an engagement with the media over the weekend, and he was saying that everything is on course. They are still engaging. He assured Liberians that War and Economic Crimes Court establishment is on course. They've gone as far as engaging with different actors, the civil society organizations, and all of those different actors. They've submitted a report to the president. They're engaged with the first branch of government, the legislature as well, and they're going to make sure that everything is done considering all the different arguments, the different concerns, especially the security concern that's arising as well with respect to the possibility of the establishment of the court. So they're doing everything, consulting with all of the parties to ensure that the court is established. But he assured Liberians that War and Economic Crimes Court is going to be a reality, and perpetrators, those who committed heinous crimes against Liberians during the civil unrest, will be brought to book. Yeah. So yes, that's just a part of that. Plus a lot more happening across the country, but I think we'd like to stop here. The National Fisheries and Aquaculture Authority today, NAFA, dedicated a patrol vessel to the armed forces of Liberia to beef up their patrol on the territorial waters of the country. And the vessel initially was given or donated by the British, the government of Wales, and that vessel has been with them for some time. And so since the armed forces of Liberia has a division or whatever there that's responsible, for patrol on the waters and all of that, they then decided to hand it over to them. And so representing the armed forces of Liberia, the chief of staff appreciated the British government and also the authorities there at NAFA. And he went on to say that he noticed that the challenge with drugs in the country is not just by air. Like you saw the arrest at the airport just a couple of days ago. It's not just by land, but it's also on the waters. That a lot of smuggling of drugs in the country happens on the waters, and so with the donation of the vessel is going to beef up their presence on the waters and make sure that crimes that are committed there are tracked, from that angle. So yes, that's another thing. That's another one. The Sierra Leone president is in the country, Dr. Richardson.
Oh, really? In Liberia?
Yeah. As we speak, there's a dinner that is being held in his honor at the president's rehab residence. Sierra Leone's president, President Julius Maada Bio, he arrived in the country today ahead of Armed Forces Day celebration, expected to be tomorrow, February 11, the country's Armed Forces Day. And so ahead of the celebration, the Sierra Leone president is in the country. He's expected to serve as orator of the Armed Forces Day celebration or observance tomorrow. Yeah.
That's nice. That's a nice neighborly, connection there. Sierra Leone is next door to us, so it's good to have a great relationship with them. So I'm hearing that. One thing that I picked up when I came in, maybe we probably won't talk about it, but I think Liberians need to be aware that the Department of DOGE, some people like to call it DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency, which is a newly established department in the United States under the this government. I understand that they just blocked $17 million that was in aid to Liberia to help prepare or establish the tax structure or tax policy in Liberia. So I just I just saw that right before I came in, that we don't know how this is going to be carried out, but the Department of DOGE, Department of Energy, Government Efficiency, Department of Government Efficiency, under the leadership of Elon Musk, they just blocked, the government of the United States just blocked $17 million that was set aside to assist Liberia in formulating its tax policy, its tax structure. So, for whatever it's worth, I'm putting it out there. You can go in and read further on it. So,
yeah. And he ended his statement by saying, why would anyone think that this is a good use of our tax, of your tax money, And so there has been some serious concerns here as well, Dr. Richardson, with respect to that.
Absolutely. Yes. And so we're all in this together. That's what I have to say. We are all in this together. Whether you're a Liberian in the United States, whether you're a Liberian in Liberia, wherever you are in this part of the world, we are all in this together. It's not only a Liberian in the United States thing. Santa, how are you?
Dr. Richardson, good morning. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Nelson, good morning.
Good evening, sir.
From my end this morning, I think it's 3:58 in the morning over here. How you doing today?
I'm doing good, sir. It's good to see you. I saw a cup of Wawa coffee.
Yeah. I'm drinking my morning Wawa coffee because the Eagle won the game. The new champ is in the house. Not the Steelers, but the Eagles. The Steelers will never win a Super Bowl, Nelson. Sorry, you don't know about the Steelers, bro.
The Steelers have won the Super Bowl, but they don't even care for it anymore.
I ain't talking to you. I take coming on the show. Even 30 seconds, yeah.
No, I'm just correcting stuff that you say. See, the Steelers I used without winning anymore. So, but yeah, you're right. Go ahead. You're Eagle fan, so go ahead.
I'm not an Eagles fan, but I'm happy that the Eagles won. Yeah, I'm happy that the Eagles won.
So it's like you were supporting any side that would have won the game.
Exactly, because I don't have a team to support. I just support the best team, right? The reason why I supported Eagles yesterday is because Kansas City, Patrick Mahomes got 3 rings. He won 3 Super Bowl. Sometimes it's good that you give the other people the chance, you know. So Eagle win that felt good, you know, because their quarterback is a young dude. You know, he's growing into it. And it was a good game for the Eagles. They beat Kansas City and market dog. You know, I don't think Kansas City will ever get out of that beating, that whipping they gave them.
They'll recover.
Yeah, that whipping was you know, that's how actually I thought that Unity Party were going to beat CDC. How they beat Kansas City.
They didn't do that though.
But Unity Party didn't do that because of Mr. Cummings. You know, Mr. Cummings had an issue and he supported CDC, and you know, and Tewan Gonglo supported CDC. So
all these are
not really. That's his opinion. So
no, but people can look there. Listen, I didn't start the show yet. People are agreeing with me because
the only thing.
Well, you want to talk, or you want me to?
No,
talk?
I'm just staying focused on the game. I mean, I would discuss other important issues when that time comes, but I think that there were 2 black quarterbacks in the game. If you will correct me if I'm wrong, right? Because I was kind of watching in between, and I think it was good.
I'm feeling with the game. I want to come to Labrador politics now.
Oh, okay.
Whether they are 2 black or 2 yellow, I feel with the game. My thing is that.
Yeah.
So Nelson. No, I feel what again. Imagine the weapon was also gave CDC, but you know who saved CDC? Well, Mr. Cummings. And I heard that Mr. Cummings coming back by Wednesday or Thursday. He got a press, you know, all the guys coming together.
The media engagement. And they didn't invite Spoon. That's okay. Spoon would not be there because they didn't invite Spoon. But it's okay. Mr. Cummings still got something in half for Spoon Network. I don't know. Or maybe Dr. Richardson still got something in half for Spoon Network. And, you know, Spoon wasn't invited. Dr. Richardson, Teola Gibson, Yasendi, all of them. They say Spoon shouldn't be part of the media engagement. That's okay. I will tell all my people here to know that Mr. Cummings didn't invite Spoon at his media engagement program. All right? But imagine Mr. Cummings are going to support Joseph Yibampuaka. We're going to beat CDC like market dog. But we spent CDC, just a little spend we gave them. Like 20,000 votes, it's nothing.
Like 17 or 20,000 votes.
20,500 and change. That's what we gave them. Because of Mr. Cummings, because of Musa Belete. Musa Belete having his own party now called. No, Musa Cummings, Musa said, I'm not spoil a party.
Musa party is citizen.
Go ahead.
CMC, Citizen Movement for Change.
Yeah.
And it's actually a third party that we need to consider. It can't just be the Unity Party and CDC all the time. So I'm really happy to know that Musa is establishing a party, and for some reason it sounds like it's going to be a good bridge between the different sectors of Liberian. Musa reaches different people. I know Musa's wife. She happens to be a Christian woman, and Musa practices Islamic belief. Musa comes from a family that just consists of different types of people in the higher echelon, people in the lower echelon, people in no echelon. So I'm attracted to that, you know, to just knowing that, you know, people want to work to make Liberia a better place. People want to work with the people that we have neglected for so long in our country, you know, like because perhaps they didn't look like us, they didn't sit to the same dinner table. And I like the fact that he wants to reach out to those people. Now, I was just thinking about reflecting, Nelson. As you know, that when I'm in Liberia, I'm Muslim. I'm not just within the city.
You say you're Muslim?
No, I was reflecting.
Oh, I thought you said you're Muslim.
So I go outside the city a lot and interact with children, young girls that I'm.
That which is a story. I don't want to interrupt you. We're finished with the Super Bowl and the comment story. I had to take a call because somebody from ANC was calling me, and they told me that how you call them, Spoon was invited. I have not seen the flyer, so they said Spoon was invited to the media. Now, Nelson, hold on, don't say nothing. Let me do my show, Nelson. You're just producing. That I was just saying, can you confirm whether Spoon was invited or Mr. Commey's media engagement?
I have not seen anything.
Oh, you're not part of ANC anymore. I forget. I'm sorry. So you CMB now, right?
I don't know what you call CMB.
CMC or CMB, one of them. You're part of that party.
Right. You have to get it right because you're in the media.
so no, but you're not part of ANC. So you're part of Musa Belete Party, right?
Yes, I am.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on. Let's wait for everybody to come on the show today. Breaking news. Dr. Richardson, are you a signed member to Musa Belete Party CMC?
I'm not a signed member, but if Musa Belete established a party with...
Oh, if he has not established any party yet?
You know, Liberia is a country. You got to go through process. You got to go through NEC, don't you?
Whatever Musa Belete have right now, are you part of that?
I don't know what you mean by whatever. I'm not. You want me to answer to whatever you mean?
Whatever party.
You got to go through it.
You just said yes. No. Nelson. Can you call that? Go on YouTube right now and call that. She just said yes. Nelson, do not allow her to delete it. Nelson, go on YouTube. Just call it. She just said yes.
I'm not denying this. I'm telling you, the party that I envision.
Everybody listen though. Everybody listen, please.
It's a party. I want everybody to listen. It's a party that will connect people from different levels, different aspects of Liberia. I believe, and that's why you interrupted our conversation when you came in. I believe that we need someone who will serve as a bridge, okay? Among the Liberian people, whether you...
I understand you will pitch for the party. My only question is very simple. Dr. Richardson, you my sister, we'll have a long conversation. I ain't got no time to wait. Your sister, Richardson, saying, I swear you sent on, you have something else. No problem. No problem. I have something else. I know that. But the Liberian people got it. Title, Francine, Chinwe, Special, Richardson.
Yes.
Are you a member of the Musa Belete CMC party?
I support what Musa is beginning to establish right now. There's certain regulations that has to be followed, abide by from NEC. Let me just say that Liberia's a country. You got to go through NEC and all of that.
Are you a member of Musa Belete CMC political party?
I don't know what you're asking me.
Oh, I can't speak anything more than I can say anything. I can do anything more than what I'm doing. Dr. Francine, Chinwe, Special, Richardson.
And I'm telling you,
Dr. Richardson, are you a member of Musa Belete CMC political party? Now your leg going off on us. Your leg going off. We don't know why. Are you a member?
You can see me now?
Yes, I can see you now.
Listen good and listen well, okay? Liberia has something called the National Election Commissions that all political parties have to go through. When Musa gets through all of the processes associated with the National Election Commissions, I will support his political party. If that requires me joining, I will join that political party. You heard that right?
So you answer yes when I ask you this question first. Nelson, go on YouTube, do a playback and call it. You, my sister, Dr. Richardson,
yes.
In whom I'm well pleased. Yes. You said yes. Yes. You are part of Musa Belete political party.
Yes.
Then now why you changing if everything? Why you putting the A?
I'm just trying to make it clear to you. I'm not changing it. I'm just making it clear. I want to respect the National Election Commission rules.
Forget about that one. The message you already got a political party. Are you a founding member? Did you do anything? Were you part of the team that brought this party up and established this party? Dr. Richardson?
I plead the fifth, yeah. I want to give you enough that you can enough.
That's the reason why I'm receiving information from Philip. That's the reason why Dr. Richardson went to Liberia. I am receiving information, but Dr. Richardson, are you part of AMC? Are you part of ANC?
No.
No, so you're done with ANC.
I'm not part of ANC.
Okay, were you ever part of ANC?
Yes.
Yes, but you're no longer part of ANC.
Yes.
Okay, so she's no longer part of ANC. You cannot say anything about Dr. Richardson and ANC. She had no relationship with ANC. She just said it. She's now part of the new party. C as in, no, I shouldn't say anything because she'll get vexed. But CMC. That's Dr. Richardson new political party. Who are in that party? Wade Power, Dr. Richardson, Musa Ability, Musa Ability Web, Abraham Richardson. 5.
Just 5 members.
5 individuals in that party.
Yeah.
But my man Musa come and say, I'm leave my party alone. So let me leave Musa party alone. So I want you guys to understand. If you are part of Musa party, the one that he just talked about from second play, listen, I'm counting. I will count them again. We're going to get in the show. Don't worry. You got to share this thing. It's a breaking news. Dr. Richardson on Spoon Talk is part of the new party. She and Musa and Wade Power. You know Wade Power? My own sister Wade. Hey, Wade Power came out alone for me. I will tell you, she came out alone for me. She convinced me to join the party. I said, no, Wade, I don't want to join that party. It's too early. So I will talk that one later on. And she left from here. She went to Mankan in Maryland. So maybe Mankan is part of this party. I don't know. I thought Mankan was Liberty Party girl, but I don't know. I will leave Mankan alone because she cook good food. But Dr. Richardson is part of Musa Ability Party. Wow. Right under our nose. But I got a news for you, Dr. Richardson. Do you know supporting Musa Ability Party is supporting CDC? Dr. Richardson, wake up now.
I'm listening to you. I don't know where
you're going. Do you know?
Do you
know? No, seriously. I'm going to leave you alone because Musa said texting me. Yeah, can you tell Musa to leave me alone? The man said texting me. I do my show. When I ready to do my show, I don't get involved with people begging me in the corner. And you know, Musa said begging me. He said I'm going to leave the party alone. But ladies and gentlemen, though, Dr. Richardson have a new party. They call the party
Somebody wanted to know Citizen Movement for Change.
Citizen Movement for Change.
Yes.
Citizen Movement for Change.
Yes.
I will say to all of you, anything Musa Ability, whatever he has ever done in his entire life is to support Jawea and CDC. This party is an auxiliary group to CDC, like the COP.
I don't think
But I'm saying my own though. Dr. Richardson, you would check me on everything I say again.
No, because I don't want to be a part of something that you are inaccurately describing.
But you can correct me when I finish, right?
When you finish, I will correct you. Sorry.
Yeah, please.
Go ahead.
And, you know, Dr. Richardson texted me right now. She said I'm gonna leave the party alone too. I just saw that.
I'm not texting you.
She just texted me. She just texted me. Instead of can you leave that alone? So Dr. Richardson, okay, let me listen to you because you begged me to leave me alone. But I believe the people that will not leave me alone are Jackie and Mommy. Yeah, can't Jackie and Mommy and Uncle Sam. So I want to welcome all of you. Share the show.
Saying that I'm supposed to run and be scared? Like, what did they do? What did they do? They talk down. They talk about that. So, yeah, man, you talk about that.
Oh, man. I don't know about you, though. Lawrence Said, when we come on the show, we got to relax. We got to have fun and we got to discuss the issue. We are not, restricted to necktie and costume and frown our faces and I like Liberia is burning down. No, we got to come here and chill. It's good to have my sister Jackie. Jackie kept me on the phone for over 1 hour today, and we were back and forth. And I said, Jackie, do me a favor. Uncle Sam, welcome. I said, Jackie, give me 5 things that this government have done that is so unique. that we can talk about today. Jackie couldn't name one. Mama, Jackie couldn't name one. Over 1 hour, I sat in the car. I said, Jackie, I reduced it to 3. Jackie couldn't pass one. And you know that one she couldn't pass, Mama?
No.
You know that one?
No.
7-7 taking pay.
Mama, you believe it?
She said 7-7 getting more money than any other government in the history of Liberia. She couldn't pass by that one. And that was the end of our conversation. But we are again. We want to say welcome everybody. Uncle Sam, you look tired. You look like, you know, you've been working so hard, Uncle Sam. What's up?
No, I had to run some errands today, and I normally would take an old man's nap in the afternoon. I didn't take an old man's nap today, but I'll be okay.
All right, Uncle Sam. I tried that, you know, Uncle Sam, I will be 50 in May, 50. You know, don't like the look fool you. I know people think Stanton, right? You ain't even 30 years yet. But I'll be 50. I'll be 50, you know, and I'm trying to do this thing to wake up, and, you know, a little bit later during the day, like 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. But Mommy always giving me a hard time when I'm sleeping. Mommy usually get out at 5 and 6 a.m. I wake up at 7:30 to drive my son to school. Then I come back and go back to bed. But Mommy will call me, and all the people calling me. But I think, Mommy, you got it now, right? So usually he tried calling me. Mommy woke up 4, you see that? And he started calling me now like 11, 12 o'clock. At least I said, Mommy, I beg you give me some chance, because we the old people, we got to sleep longer and rest our tired bones. Jackie doing a project, and, you know, she's making a lot of money. She's doing a project with USAID program. Is that USAID, Jackie? You say kidding everybody.
Nobody want to hear you say Nina now.
I tell you, it's a complete nightmare for everybody right now.
You say it's killing everybody. But guys, welcome to the Spoon Talk. We're gonna have fun today. Today we're gonna discuss. There's a serious issue happening. Who released Musa Bedete's son? I spoke to the representative Bedete. He will be joining Spoon on Thursday to explain how his son got released and under what condition. Who released his son? While his son was charged for? Was he released in line with the court process? So Musa will be joining Spoon Talk on Thursday. Tomorrow we have Alexander Nutat, Agriculture Minister Alexander Nutat, as our guest. He will be discussing the issue concerning USAID project that have been put on hold and some of the gain they have made from that ministry. Wednesday, we have Edwin Melvin Snow. By the way, Edwin Melvin Snow's birthday is tomorrow on Armed Forces Day. We're having Wednesday. We send a pre-birthday shout out to Edwin Melvin Snow. There's some information out there that we following, and I hope it's not true, but I have to say, report reaching the Spoon Decks that 3 EPS officers from December to January have died mysteriously. 3 EPS officers from within the executive mansion, duty officer within the executive mansion have died. I reached out to the EPS director, Sam Gay. He have denied. 2 of those officers, he have denied that they died mysteriously. He said they were sick. They were sick. That may be correct. But 2 of the officers will be laid to rest on Friday. We are still digging. We're also going to discuss MedTech. Who are the players when you talk about MedTech? Who are those players that keeping MedTech alive? It's important that we should talk about MedTech. I want to appreciate every one of you. I don't know what else on your mind, but it's only important that we have fun today on Spoon Talk. I want to welcome you, Dr. Richardson, Uncle Sam, and Ambula. Dr. Richardson, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I want us to revisit the conversation regarding traffic management in Liberia. I know we had a conversation before about the Ministry of Transportation giving a contract to John Yabuti, and that contract is probably about 8 years old now. And then the ministry turned around and gave another contract to, I think the group is called Liberia Traffic Management Incorporation, LTMI. And so I understand that Mr. Yabuti took the Liberian Transport Ministry to court, stating that he was given permission to provide license plates, provide license registration or registration of vehicles, and also to build different offices, motor vehicle offices in the country. So I would like for us to revisit that conversation that we're having, to see what can be done, because I know that Mr. Yabuti has been a part of the Liberia, traffic establishment for so long, and when I visit Liberia, I've not seen any significant changes. I don't mind a Liberian or him having a contract, but I would love to understand what kind of changes are happening and what can we do to improve the traffic situation in our country. That's what was on my mind today. I was thinking about that.
Thank you, Dr. Richard. Saying they went to court on the 6th, Yabuti, and I think it will postpone. We have some information we'll be sharing with you guys. It's a big back and forth. The president blessed the other company, LTM, and now they are operating. So where that case going from there, we will talk about it. But thank you. Uncle Samuel Jackson, what's up from your end?
Well, this USAID thing, I mean, I think people need to understand how official development assistance works, and especially how USAID work, and especially when it comes to paying consultants. Because, let's assume that Elon Musk is correct with the $70 million. That $70 million will not be paid to the Liberian government. And if it's a tax advice, they would typically hire one of those Washington, D.C. firms like Nathan or one of those big firms there and pay them $700 to $1,000 a day. In contrast, a local consultant is paid only $300 a day. That's the maximum. And then, of course, they also limit you on how many days you can work on a contract in terms of man hours you can put there. So most of USAID support in terms of like tax advice and other consultancies is actually there to create jobs for Americans. You saw with GMAP, you saw with a Nathan contract, with the reforms in the central bank. They pay American companies to come and they take the money back to the States. So, and aid is an industry. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry, the global aid industry. If they reduce the global aid industry by any significant amount, it will impact employment, it will impact economic output in Western countries. So aid is a two-way street, and I want a lot of you guys to go and read a book by Dr. Tambisa Moyo, Dead Aid. How the whole aid industry works. So I don't think people should be panicking about this $16, $17 million. It is nothing against the Republic of Liberia. It is just basically that Elon Musk doesn't understand how the projection of American soft power is accomplished. Trust me, in a few months, when you see a lot of countries start moving toward the BRICS and making other arrangements, Americans will then realize that they need to use the USAID and American soft power, because it's American soft power since a post-World War II that has projected and made American influence strong, not American military power in post-World War II. So that's the point I want to talk about.
Uncle Sam, thank you. We will be discussing the Twitter Elon Musk account that was announced, and important. You try to go into it, but we have different views that folks going to listen to tonight. There's serious impact some of these things going to have on Liberia. And what would be Joseph Imabwaka and the administration way towards that? How can we circumvent and bring in other folks to benefit the country? Let me bring in Abula Mame. What's on your mind, my brother?
I mean, the government had a very good energy retreat. They brought together the different stakeholders who to a larger extent been working in silos, trying to solve one problem from different dimensions, and just say, let's come together and brainstorm and see how we can talk to each other, layer and sequenced our different solutions. That was my impression about that event. I mean, we're still waiting. I know it just ended yesterday or today or so. We really want to see what came out of that event. What is striking that came out of the event? What is inspiring that came out of the event? When I'm talking about inspiring, I'm talking about what is inspiring hope. People are in the dark. Businesses are struggling. Hospitals without efficient electricity. So when stakeholders convene a session like that, the hope is something striking will come out. Something revolutionary, something different. A message that people can say, okay, there is a new dimension that we can hope on. So we're hoping to hear that. I'd really be hoping to hear that. I've been coughing on social media since I had the time to get on the show. I didn't find it. If anybody found something, you can share it with us. Maybe that would be something to talk about. So that's on my mind. What came out of the event? What is inspiring? What is striking that came out of the event around energy is something I'm very, very interested in knowing and talking about, given the energy challenges in the country.
Thank you very much, Mohamed. Thank you. But another energy news by way of the executive mansion that brought in another group. I think we're going to add our news to it as well. It's on the front page newspaper. Solar energy and that group. So we'll discuss it. I think
it sounds very sweet. It sounds sweet, but details are still emerging. They're coming to do it in Buchanan. They came along with CLLSG, the same company that providing power from Abidjan. They were all in the meeting. So that sounds sweet, but details only still emerging. I wouldn't want to just default into discussing it for now. At least for me, I don't have the details.
Just, you're talking about energy. We can get flashy and because we have a lot of that. Richard say we have a lot of information coming through that. I'm bringing Asido because Jackie went in the back. Asido, welcome. It's good to see you.
Yeah, thank you, and hi to everyone. It's good to be back. A lot of things on my mind. But specifically, just for the sake of introduction, the direction of the entire country is prime, and in that, based on the energy sector. It's a good thing that we are talking about it. Hopeful we can have more discussion on it, on what is actually going on when it comes to LEC, energy, current being in our country. Where will we be in the next 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? The truth, not propaganda. And based on all we have gathered now, we can say regrettably and very sadly that Liberia's energy problem is getting deeper and will get worse. First off on that, why hasn't this government done anything to solve the energy problem? And I will want to state on this opening for the record that the CIE of Africus reduced the supply of electricity to Liberia for failure of this government to pay a dime of the electricity bill. I want to repeat that. CIE from Africus, we did not get a single payment, at least up to December of 2024, since this government came to power, for which they were left with no option but to cut off Liberia's net supply. Lastly to that, we also want to confirm that we will do throughout this show that the statement from former Minister Tue and former Managing Director of LEC that Liberia was exporting current to the Ivory Coast is a factual statement. It is correct. It is truth, and it is right. We will not be talking about this in voice alone. We will be talking about it in evidence with documentary. I don't know what I want to say on it. But at the end of the day, we just want to say on our minds, we are here to provide Liberians with the facts. And the facts include the worsening situation of our electricity problem, which will get worse by the day.
Thank you very much, Isaac Doe. Jackie, it's good to see you again. What's on your mind, Jackie?
Good to see you. Hello to everybody. Can you hear me clearly? You can hear me clearly?
Yes, you are good, Jackie.
Okay. Good. I'm going to piggyback off of what Sam Jackson stated regarding the USAID grant, $17 million grant, which of course we know there's so much more that's impacting, that's going to impact Liberia, Africa at large, and even the US economy, like what Sam Jackson said. But just in details, I was looking at a document regarding that 17 million. It's actually going to affect multiple sectors in Liberia, that grant. And it's basically to help to decentralize this and reform this whole tax system in Liberia, which LRA will be impacted. And other government entities are going to be impacted from this because they're trying to reform, transition Liberia from goods and services just tax system onto the value-added tax, the VAT, which going to be rolled out in Liberia. And that money, like Sam Jackson said, some of it is, a good number of it is being used for consultancy, which are American companies themselves that are providing these consultancies to Liberia through this USAID aid. So they're providing technical support, local decentralization, local government strengthening, so that we can focus on domestic revenue for the country, how to strengthen and how to create a much better impact so that Liberia is able to raise the domestic revenue needed for development projects for the country. So that's basically what that $17 million is from. But as Sam Jackson said, Uncle Sam said, most of it comes right back to the U.S. economy. So not only will it impact the Liberia, but it's also going to have a negative impact on the U.S. economy because it's taking funding away from those businesses, U.S. businesses that are affiliated with this program. And I just want to add to, with all this cut with USAID, Elon Musk himself, companies like his receive a lot of federal grants, and for them to feel that they can just turn on USAID and other U.S. programs that are there globally, this is a security issue, not just for other recipients, but also for America that greatly benefit from all these aids.
Okay, thank you very much, Jackie. It's good that you're on the show tonight, guys. Can you share our program? Invite each and everyone. Let's have fun tonight because this is going to be a great show. Let's talk about the release briefly. Everybody will have just one round. I want to get this out of the way. We'll talk about the medtech and the energy sector. We'll talk about the Elon Musk. We'll talk about everything, and we'll run through the program. Musa Bedete's son, he was released after spending 7 months, I believe, or so in jail, Sudbridge. He was released. A lot of folks running with the story as Musa got something to do with this release. We're going to call representability, and I spoke to him already. He will be on the show on Thursday. Let me ask you, and I will lay out the story. Musa Bedete's son lawyer is Arthur Johnson, Councillor Arthur Johnson. He presented a criminal appearance bond. The judge released him, and every Thursday, 1 p.m., he will go to the Temple of Justice and present himself till they are ready for him for the case to proceed. Other people have problem with this, but here we are. Uncle Sam, I want to come to you first. Let's go back a little bit. I heard the information about Brian Samuka's son. I heard the information about George Kalando's son. Is there something wrong with our system, our legal system? Was this done legally right, Uncle Sam?
Okay, look, Stanton. Money talk and BS walks in any jurisprudence around the world. That's just face it, Stanton. That's just the way it is. Let's not make it seem like a Liberian specific thing. People who have money, they use their funds to protect themselves against the legal system, and they use every legal means to advance their own interests. And Musa Belete has money, Kalando has money, and they use the monies and they use the legal system to advance the interests of their children. I would do the same thing, and all of us on this platform will do the same thing. But for somebody to say that there is something untoward, where it's nefarious, and they went out there and they took the central prison, the superintendent released him. We don't have any evidence on that. The superintendent of the prison does not have the authority to release any prisoner unless it's done by the court. So without having all of the details, I can safely assume that Musa's money is working for his son, and there's nothing wrong with that. We will all do that.
Okay. All right, Uncle Sam, thank you very much. Let me bring in Mommy. Mommy, what's your take? You agree with Uncle Sam on this one?
Stanton, the fact that they said the court released him, I would assume that there was a legal process they went through to release him. If Uncle Sam said his money is working for him, I would interpret that to be his money is working to hire a good lawyer.
Yes.
The money is working to hire a team of investigators and lawyers to be able to make the case. What it suggests to me also is that there is an opportunity for people who are found in similar category to leave the prison. Until this release, my understanding was when you are arrested for drugs and they made it non-bailable, you will go to jail. But now I know that it is possible that lawyer can make the case for you to be free. The honest thing is, I'm a human being, like Belete himself. I wouldn't fault Belete. I wouldn't blame Belete for using the law to free his son. I would not. Because if it were in my shoe and there is an opportunity in the law, I will spend the resources to free my friend. I will spend the resources to free my ally. I will spend the resources to free my children. So I wouldn't fault Belete. But if the resources were used to bend the process, then that's where the issue is, which we have not had any evidence on or any information on. So I can't fault Belete. However, let me learn on this in 30 seconds. When this situation happened, Belete presented a different picture on the first day of the show. And I think I called him all that day. That picture is a little bit different from what we're seeing now. In that picture, he said, let my son go to jail. Let the law be the law. I will not put my hand inside. A.B. Nkrumah called me. I told him I don't want to be involved because let the law be the law. Now, few months later, the story has changed. But it would be good for him to come on the show and explain whether, like Uncle Sam said, he uses money to get good lawyers to plead the case for his son, or he uses money to compromise the system. At this point, I cannot fault him until I listen to him on how he uses money to get his son out.
Thank you very much. It's well said, Jackie.
Stanton, I'll be honest, I don't know the details about what's surrounding Musa Ability's son and how he got up. My question is, how many years was he sentenced to jail? And if so, did he serve his time before getting released? If that's not the case, then how is it that he was released earlier than his actual sentencing time given to him by the court when he was actually sentenced? So without me knowing that information, it would be difficult for me to really come up with an opinion on this matter. Like you say, you having Honorable Ability come on the show. I hope you will answer that question. I hope we can get evidence from the court itself. Look at the court sentencing document from last year, because we all remember when he was actually sentenced. And I do remember Musa Ability saying, yes, it was a good thing that his son face his punishment and that the law is the law, like he always likes to say. So did he follow the law, or did he use preferential treatment because of his status as a legislator and because he has money to influence some people in the court? Those are all questions need to be asked, but in order to answer that question, we need to determine the number of years that he actually was sentenced for and why was he released early.
Guys, we are discussing Musa Ability's son release, which is so important. Again, we'll bring Musa Ability here on Thursday. He agreed to come and speak about his new political party, CMC, and that of his son release. His involvement, though, everyone is questioning how deep he was involved in today's. Let me come to you, Asido.
Well, thank you. And not much of an insight on this, but generally looking at the whole issue, Stanton, you clearly stated that Musa's son spent 6 to 7 months in jail. That in itself tells me that a person who has so much money, like Musa is, will not see his son spending 6 or 7 months in jail if he wanted to use his money to influence things. I'm not quite certain you can see that many times in Liberia. He could have done that the first week, the second week, the first month, but to allow his son to go through the process in 6 and 7 months tells you that Musa himself is a respecter of the law, and we have to appreciate him for the fact that these kind of happenings are not so common in our country. Not at all. But on the flip side of this, though, if we were to be asking questions, in my mind, the hard questions should be asked towards the government. This wasn't a case between Musa's son and someone else. It was a case between Musa's son and the government of Liberia. So whatever happened in that process was between Musa's son, his lawyer, and the government of Liberia. What representation did the government make? What case did they present? What evidence did they have? What agreements did they come to that would have led to Musa's son being released? Of course, Musa as a parent will use the law to set his son free in whatever case, and everyone will do that. But you cannot and will never blame Musa, who have seen his son spend 6 to 7 months in jail, despite the fact that he could have used his power, he could have used his money to get his son out just in 1 day or 1 month. But then we should be asking the other side. That is the government of Liberia. What did they present? What were the evidence?
I'm going to keep, Dr. Richardson will come to you last. Let me bring in Glennie. Glennie, I hope you had a wonderful vacation. It's good seeing you back. We are on the Musa Ability case. We will talk about you and your new friend. But let's stick to this conversation because we are limited time. Glennie, well, again, let me repeat myself. Musa said he wasn't involved. We should call Arthur Johnson. You can go to the court and get these documents. They are open information. And he would love to discuss it on Thursday. But what say you?
So let me just say hello to everybody. It's good to be back. So when I'm listening to Mame, and he said, "Oh, Musa said from the first day that he would not be involved in his son's stuff." Okay, Musa is human being. I think what Musa meant when he said that was, I have an opportunity for my son not to sleep in jail tonight, and I'm not going to. And if I wanted to use my influence, he will not sleep in jail tonight. But I will allow the law to take its course. So his son was arrested. His son was placed in jail. Like Isaac said, this is a case between Musa's son and the government of Liberia or DEA and whoever else that caught him in the drug case. So let's find out from the government, under what circumstances was his son released? So you want to say somebody's son is in jail, and this could be for any parent. If you had an opportunity to use the law legally to get your child out of jail, should you not take advantage of that? I think it's hypothetical. It's something that any parent will do that. But if you're saying from the onset that Musa used his influence so that his son did not go to jail, then we have an issue. But from the onset, Musa Belize said he was not going to get involved. He was going to let the law take its course. And if the law meant that he went to court and it was a billable offense, not billable offense, they could use it to get out. I don't see what the issue here is, because we don't know the specifics in the case as to how his son got released. But like that fact with him saying from day one that he wouldn't get involved, he did not get involved. So if he had gotten involved, his son would not have stayed in jail for 6 months. So I just think that it's something that we need to know more about before we start passing judgment.
Again, I want to say, Glenn, thank you. We'll finish this conversation up with Dr. Richardson, then we'll go to the phone line to hear from the people briefly. It's only important for us to say, going back, it happened to George Calando's son. It happened to Samuka, the former defense minister's son. Yeah, Musa Belize's son going to jail. He received a criminal appearance bond. The judge accepted the bond, released him. You have to come every Thursday, every week to sign in till we can hear this case. Dr. Richardson.
Let me ask you a quick question, please.
Yes, sir.
Was he convicted, or was it?
No, there was no trial yet.
Okay,
nothing.
So there's been no conviction. So he's out on bail. Okay.
Yeah, no trial, nothing. But they kept him in jail for up to 7 months. Yes. Dr. Richardson.
I'm happy that you said that Musa will be here to give us the full story. He knows more about the story than we do. I think I've often said on this show, when it comes to certain private issues relating to people's family and legal affairs, I don't tend to invest my time in knowing much about it. As someone who have worked with people with addiction, addiction can be a very tricky, and I'm sure Uncle Sam who also at one point suffered from addiction, can attest to that. Addiction can be a very tricky thing, Addiction, you could be using and addicted at the same time. You could be selling addicted at the same time. So I don't know. What I do know is I have a lot of questions like everybody else. We need to find out how, and Musa will be able to explain that. When I hear about a court system, a justice system, I keep someone in jail for 7 months without trial or with trial. Well, we're hearing that without trial here today. It's concerning to me. I want a most speedy process in our justice system. So until Musa comes and speak more about the issue relating to his son, there's not much I can say about that. So I just want us to be able to find out who, when, and how when it comes to these cases, instead of just running with the story, because it's a human story for me.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. All those of you that are following us online, Sharon Titi, everybody giving their own view. David Vanning Gabno, Eric Peters, Princess Harris, Zio Carter, Beak, Harris Gone, Sam. We want to say to all of you, continue posting your comment. We'll share your comment as to this Musa Belize's son release. He will be our guest on Thursday. And also, we'll go to the phone line. I ask you, what do you think? Is there anyone in jail actually that needed criminal clearance bond and presented and were denied? Is this a billable offense, or actually was it done legally? To you out there that know this issue, we need to discuss it, and we will be going to the phone line shortly. We want to squeeze in one other conversation here, and that's a developing story before we get to the MedTech story. The executive mansion EPS officers reached out to the Spoon Network saying three members of EPS assigned to the executive mansion, one of which were reassigned from Jeremiah Kun duty to the president duty, died. 3 EPS officers assigned to the executive mansion died. These are developing story. 2 of those officers will be buried on Friday. I reached out. The director, Sam Gay, denied that he died mysteriously, but believed that he died due to illness. So what's going on? The reason why I'm announcing it today, I will ask other folks within the Fourth Estate to please investigate. 2 of those officers will be laid to rest on Friday. I am not going to disclose their name. And I have the document I have the death certificate document. One of the death certificate, there is no medical reason to the death of one of them. There's no medical reason. I cannot post it because the family have not released it yet. So even if you have it in the chat room, please keep it, be respectful of the family and keep it. It's for your own viewing. But okay, so why Sam Gay not speaking? If the family is saying that, listen, 1, 2, 3 is too many, that these officers assigned. The last officer complained while they were exercising 5-something in the morning. They tried to take him to JFK. He was stopped at the executive mansion gate. When you're leaving duty, you got to sign some paper, fill up some paper. And then what happened, they wasted his time. One of the good officers in Montana said, listen, we'll do this document when we return. I have to take him to the hospital. When they got to the hospital, 6:53 or 6:43, by 6:48, he died. They will be laid to rest this coming Friday. I am not calling any family name because the family is still mourning seriously. But some member of the family reached out to Spoon, and we announced what's going on. We hope Sam Gay, the director for EPS, can address this. I reached out to Sam Gay. I said, what's going on? Sam Gay said these are not mysterious deaths. And I expected him to return my second text into this matter. These are developing story that if these officers are dying for whatsoever reason, now people can die, all right? Once you're born of a woman, you will die, period. But when these things happening in a department, in a setting, in a ministry, people want to know what's happening. So the death occurred from December to January. I'm going to stop this file because all the things that I heard, I do not want to speculate, and I hope Sam Gay can clear the air. They are not happy with Sam Gay. They are saying a lot of stuff. They reach out to us. I'm saying to all of you, we got 2 of the death certificates. The last person's death certificate will be sent to Spoon. What's going on? Why are the EPS officer assigned to the executive mansion 3 died? If this information true, let me hear you, Uncle Sam. Let's run through this one real quick. And while I put the death certificate of the first person in the chat room, please be respectful of the family. Do not post it on social media, please. Go ahead, Uncle Sam.
So this is the reason why we should not politicize deaths. We shouldn't politicize people's health. We shouldn't get, politicize, like family tragedies and all of those things. If we wanted from our side, the opposition side, we could start mindlessly speculating, like that was done by some deaths during the re-administration. But some of us are above that. I'm not going to speculate mindlessly and say that the EPS under Joseph Boyka is causing the unexplained deaths of EPS officers to politicize it for political gain. I would never do that. But people sat on this platform and did that mindlessly. If you said there were deaths in the re-administration, you have the mantle of authority and the apparatus of the state to investigate, to exhume the bodies, to bring in international investigators, and to prosecute people if there were these deaths that you claim happened mysteriously under George Weah. So let me just go further. Liberia is a poor country, the 8th poorest in the world. The life expectancy, the average life expectancy, 62 years. And because of disease, pestilence, and abject poverty, young people die like crazy in that country for no reason. And of course, we don't have the medical system to write a death certificate that will give you the real cause of death. As Stenton said, on one of the death certificates, there's no cause of death. They don't have the ability. So what we should be doing is trying to unite ourselves, improve our healthcare system, improve our governance system, improve lives for ordinary Liberians so that they don't die in early death. And we don't be speculating as to why they die. Because the medical authorities now, there should be somebody in that country that have some pathologist to perform an autopsy to determine the cause of death. It should be very easy to do, but we don't have that ability. A country that is completely hampered, ineptitude, lack of system, corruption, and all of those vices have brought us to where we are.
Thank you, Uncle Sam.
These deaths are occurring.
Uncle Sam, thank you very much. Let's stick within the 2 minutes because we want to cover a lot to be covered today. Dr. Richardson, let's hear you, Dr. Richardson. Talk to us.
Well, I'm concerned about the death. My hope is that it was not something contagious, something that will affect the workforce of the EPS. I think Uncle Sam said it right. It's something that we need to be concerned about as a country, because it's possible that, even if it's not contagious, the fear of knowing that you work with somebody who died and there's no cause of death alone can impact your performance at work. So my hope is that, we'll pay more attention to our health situation, our health unit in the country, and empower it, strengthen it. That's it, But it's just, I think about those EPS workers who may be thinking, about their colleagues who died and there's no cause of death, and saying, wow, I wonder if this person died from something contagious or just something, that is natural, and how it might impact them. That's what I think about. So thank you.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. I'm going to come over to Jackie Abulamambe as a do. Since Glendy, we're going to welcome Gibson and the Honorable Man, Akaris Mosi Gray. Jackie, your take on this one.
Stanton, I've seen a post on Facebook dated January 24th about one of the EPS officers who fell out when he was doing his daily exercise routine. He may have had health conditions that we don't know about. I don't know. I can't speak to the cause of these deaths. Like, again, I hate to agree with Sam Jackson on certain things, but I'm agreeing with him today. We cannot speculate as to the cause of what is going on until some medical report come out. He did mention one of the EPS people under George Weah. That guy, Marvin, his wife clearly stated the cause of death of her husband. She came on air and said multiple times that her husband was shot. That's a complete different story and case here from what I see until confirmed reports come out as to what is going on. Again, the only report I've seen on one of the EPS officers dated January 24th was that he was exercising and fell out. So,
very much. Yes,
but
indeed.
Our condolences, regardless to the families of these people who are grieving right now. Nobody wants to lose their family members, especially when they're at a younger age and stage in their lives. So
thank you. That individual is Big Joe, Jackie. Again, he said it's on Facebook. We can say, but the death certificate is speaking otherwise. When the family reached out, I told them I'm going to flag this issue because it's only important for the nation to know what's going on. Abdullah Mohammed, talk to us on this.
We stand with every family who believe the circumstances under which their relatives die. It's suspicious, it's mysterious. Mysterious death is mysterious death. You cannot change it regardless of who or where it happened. But what is not mysterious is not mysterious. And you cannot use it to cover up mysterious death. So Uncle Sam, if you believe mysterious death, if you believe a death occurred that is mysterious, it's abnormal, raise it. It is not politics. Raise it. If you suspect that something is suspicious and mysterious, raise it, regardless of where it happened. I heard about one death here that somebody was training and they started to concord and they put her in the car and were rushing them to the hospital and they died. If you want to describe that as a mysterious circumstance, it's up to you. But it is not a mysterious circumstance. Football players are playing on the field and they drop and they die. It is not mysterious. The circumstances surrounding that is not mysterious. So do not describe it as mysterious or pretend to want to use it to cover up what a broadly mysterious death. What were the mysterious death that we talked about that you can describe it to be mindless? The director at the Central Bank of Liberia, who opposed the mop-up exercise, was found dead in his car. Under the Liberian law, when a body is lying down on the street, the law says you must give it, I think, 3 days. If nobody comes to identify before the government can take possession, that's the law. This man was found lying dead in his car. Who found him dead? The police found him dead. Immediately, without calling his family, the police took him to a funeral home. Doesn't that sound mysterious to you? These two auditors, respected people with their track record in history, people know them, found dead in a car, and they claim when they were having sex. Who will be having sex and leave the car doors open? So if they were having sex on Broad Street, they would have locked the door. And if they were having sex and died, if anybody went there, they would have made the door locked. Who want to have sex on Broad Street? That's mysterious. That's abnormal. But more than that, when they went on the scene, the family appeared. You can see in the video, the family said, let's open the car to view our family. The police insisted no and moved the body straight to a funeral home. It's abnormal. The case with Albert Pitt, the other guy who fell, what they said, fell from the upstairs building. Accounts of people who were in the room, get a girl who were in the room, explain different circumstances. So, Uncle Sam.
Yeah, let's rest them, my man. We're gonna.
So if you find something that is mysterious, say it. Like the case they said one AFL man shot himself 3 times in the head. How does it happen? It sounds foolish. It doesn't sound normal. Raise it, but do not use what doesn't appear to be mysterious to want to clear something that appearing clearly to be mysterious. Don't do that.
Thank you very much,
mysterious.
Mommy. Thank you, guys. Again, I'll ask. Let's stay within the 2 minutes. It's a great conversation. We get 6 different, and guys, we have to respect each other when we're speaking. No need to throw some tantrum. Let the people enjoy the message. I only going to say this: we got Medtech. We got President Bwaka. By the way, he's taking a trip to Ethiopia. We'll discuss that. We have other important things on our schedule to give the people what they're asking us to give them. We'll go back to Nukal. We'll go back to LDC, the energy sector, and all these good things. Let me bring you in, Asidu. Talk to us on the executive action 3 deaths that folks are reporting. By the way, one of the death certificate in the chat room. Talk to us.
When people died on Georgia, it is mysterious because they were in car. It is mysterious. Once you are in car and you die on Georgia, it is mysterious. Once the police come and takes you from there without calling your family, it is mysterious. Once you get sick on a Barker government and the very sick people get you to hospital and you die, no, it is not mysterious. Sometimes the people laugh at us when we're talking. In the age of the planet, no one has died in car. So once you die in car in Liberia on a George Weah, oh, it must be mysterious. It must. But this is the thing. Let's put this outside of politics. Like we have said before, everyone deserves to live and enjoy life. Whatever is not in the normal course of death is mysterious. My people, please think about this. In 1 month, 3 human beings, 3, 1, 2, 3, from the same department, from the same branch of government, from the same people, died. 3 in 1 month. Can we argue that 100 people have not died in 1 month? Of course. People do pass away. Which I will send out my deepest condolences to the family. Of course, people do. But let's narrow it down to government, the executive branch, soldier people, between the president and the vice president. 3. It must not have been mysterious because these people died in 2025 when Joseph Boakai was the president. I want you to close your eyes for a second and imagine if it was George Weah who was president today and even one EPS died. Do you want to see Vin? Do you want to see people yelling? Of course, you don't want to see that, right? But there's the thing again, Stanton. I will say thank you for saving me because I wanted to call names and things. Because the whole thing, it was Kev Hassan who called me. I said, Mama, you know, something happened in EPS. They say somebody was transferred from the vice president of security details. He went to President Barker. In no time, he died. So I said, but what's up with that? You told Stanton, he said, I don't think I will talk to Stanton about it later. So I said, but who are the people? So we put someone on the call. And then mysteriously, though, what we were told was, but the government is telling the family not to come up to talk about it, to put it outside. So why only a government wants details of death to be in the public if the details of death is just normal? Who has heard about any of these security people death before Stanton talk about it today? Who has death? Why do you want to have death?
Thank you.
Why did even the EP?
Thank you, guys.
EPS inform the public of death of 3 of his people. Can someone think about it? But because it is what we are, who isn't the president now, it is not mysterious.
Thank you very much. I said, guys, I got to monitor the time because we got a lot to cover. You know, we got to leave from here 7 p.m. That will be 12 a.m. in Liberia. The family, they are on my phone right now. They reached out to me. EPS left one of the officers that died at the hospital, and it took some friends to take him from the hospital to Stryker Funeral Home. They've been trying to reach EPS over 20 different times, and no one had responded to them. The family asking critical question, and Sam Gay chose not to answer any of the questions. Now, here's the issue. Guys, I beg, we got a lot of story today. Let's stay within the 2 minutes. The death certificate, I was told we can share it on one of the officers. So let me share this. It's in the chat room. Let me put this up. This is one of the officer death certificate. I am not getting permission to share the other 2 death certificate yet, so I won't share it. But this is the officer death certificate. As you can see, cause of death has not been confirmed. It's right there. It's in the chat room. Has not been confirmed. So I hope that we can just establish something here, and we hope that our Sam Gay can come up with some form of statement addressing this issue. What I was told also, one of the officers that died, he been there St. George Weah time, but so what? We are talking about current situation current EPS active officer assigned to the executive mansion. 3 died. My brother, I will bring you in. Honorable Karis Mosegre will go to Gibson. We'll bring in Paul Kennedy. It's good to see you, Dr. Bopley. Honorable Gray.
So you're bringing me
So
in?
why you don't want me?
I'm sorry. Honorable Gray, not you. I beg you. Clearly, sorry, man. I just didn't see it from the corner of my eye.
You
Go
will
ahead,
see
please
me.
talk to us. Talk to us,
So,
Glendy.
so let me just say, no matter how we want to, some words are subjective, some explanations are subjective based on the individual. And I hear Stanton saying, don't speak directly to people. But no matter how Mommy wants to explain what mysterious is, that's his interpretation. That's not the dictionary interpretation. Any death that you cannot explain, there's no definite cause of, can be rendered mysterious. So all this thing that all the way we're trying to cover it up, we can't do that. We have to speak truth to power. If the coroner, if there's a coroner in Liberia who is saying right now on the death certificate that they cannot determine what the person died from, that gives room to say that death is mysterious. Whether he was running, he fell down, whether we assume that he had a heart attack, whether we assume somebody hit him in the head, if there is no explanation to his death, it's mysterious. Clear cut. So no matter how we determine it, no matter how we explain it, some things just cannot fit the bill. It just can't fit it. So it's just simple. Unfortunately, to the families who have lost their loved ones, it's sad because they want to know what killed them, what happened, how did they die. Somebody could have had a heart attack. I'm not a physician. I don't possess the capability of saying the cause of death, because when people die, we call the physician to say what the cause of death is. And the physician will determine, and then if in this case, if it's mysterious, then it's going to go to a coroner. But to say that we can just come in, all right, let's say, oh, it's not mysterious, we can't do that. The definition of mysterious is simple, unexplained, unable to determine, cannot find the cause. That's mysterious. So there's no death that you say, oh, you can put it one so and put it one so. If it's not explained and there is no definite cause, that death can be known as a mysterious death. So let's just be careful as to how we interpret words and what we say out to the public so that we don't misinterpret things, because that unless there's a coroner that's coming, because I don't know if there was a coroner that said, or if the doctor saying undetermined, we don't know. So the coroner can say what that man died from or what the cause of death was.
Thank you very much. More information coming, and the family want to appear on Spoon. I'm back and forth with them. They will, after the burial, 2 of those individuals will be laid to rest on Friday, I believe. And they are asking that Spoon be present. Now, what's going on with them? How did they die? Why 3? So many reasons. What's going on? Is that a society bush? People are going to speculate. But let's make this thing happen tonight. Honorable Moses Akari is great. Then we'll go to our brother Gibson, Paul Kennedy, and Dr. Bopley. Honorable Gray.
Thank you very much. Let me say good evening to all of the panelists. Interestingly, when the death is unexpected, unexplained, and suspicious, they are categorized as mysterious death. Let me repeat: unexplained, unexpected, and suspicious. Those deaths are categorized as mysterious. I've spoken to sources within the EPS and 1 or 2 of the families since I got the information about a few hours ago. A few things are of concern. One, I think one of the reasons why the family want to come on air because they feel that abandonment also took place in the process. Abandonment. And you just confirmed that one of the families said, in fact, a group of friends had to go and take the body out of the hospital, something like that. The family are concerned about abandonment. The family are also concerned about healthy people working for the EPS who mysteriously died, and there had not been a report by the hospital on the cause of death. You put up one of the certificates that says that they are still investigating, something like that. They have not confirmed the cause of death. So once a hospital cannot even confirm the cause of death, it raises most concern. about mysterious death in the EPS. That's not a debate, that's not an argument. Another concern that have been raised by some of the EPS guys, there have been some scuffle. There have been new group of guys who have been recruited into the EPS as combatants. I brought in by certain characters in the certain characters in government, especially the first and second family members. They have not had proper training. Exactly. And those guys have not had any proper training. They are dead. General Bodnecki was one of the guys that started recruiting some of them also. I got that information also today. Let me say it's alleged by them that he started training some of them before when the government just came to power. And this has caused a serious rift, let me repeat, within the EPS. And some people fear that some internal execution, whether it be a voodoo, whether it be a poison, etc., has taken place. In fact, that's why the hospital is not able to confirm the cause of death. This warrant is serious, not just public explanation, but the EPS has to speak to that. For 3 persons to die from the top security agency protecting the presidency, and with gangsters and rebels being recruited into the EPS, is it not worrisome for the safety of the president and the vice president himself? That is very worrisome. When people die and that death cannot be explained, and the family grieving and they are concerned, and we sit on the show and say that it's not mysterious, that's the family raising the issue.
We have to run with this story. Thank you, Honorable Gray. Let me bring in Gibson. Gibson, talk to us, please. You're muted, Gibson. Unmute yourself, sir.
First of all, let me say here publicly that I respect Paul Kennedy. He's a very good, great gentleman. And whatever that was said last week, it's just one of those things that get caught in the moment. So, Paul, I respect you. And I know you're a decent guy. I just wanted to say that before I proceed. Mame, there's no law in Liberia that tell you to leave body in the street for 3 days. I just want to say that clearly. There's no determining legal statute under the civil procedure, under the criminal procedure. There's no law that says when the dead body is in the street, the police can leave it there for 3 days before they can take it for identification. It's not like that. So, but what is the real definition of mysterious? This is the death certificate coming from a recognized hospital. And the doctors there, EPS officer is dead. The EPS director and the other corps of officers, they are alive. One of them is dead in the hospital. They go to the hospital. The doctor tells them the death is indeterminate. It is it has not been confirmed. It says it's indeterminate. We don't know. It's not known. It's not established. There's no manner and cause that we can attach to it. What sort of hospital is that? If I were the EPS director, I would remove that body and take it to a sophisticated hospital because I want to know what killed my officer. What killed my officer? And so the government of Liberia will sit after an officer died, whatever manner and form he died, take it to the hospital, and you will allow a doctor to put say in your gari, we put it in Liberia way, and tell the public that we don't know what killed him. That hospital need to be closed. If you don't have the sophistication to determine someone's death, you should tell them, we do not have the capacity to determine the death here. Take the person to this hospital or to another hospital. And the EPS leadership, the director, and everyone at the EPS should take that body and take it to another hospital to determine the death. What happened? Was it asphyxia? Was it pressure? Was it diabetes? Was it anything? Was he hit? Is there any physical bruises? Was there choking? What happened to him? There's no way this man would die, and there's no determinate result. That is the true nature of mysterious death. This EPS is reckless.
They don't care about the man who died. They don't give a heck about his family. They don't care about his family, his children, if he have one, because they don't care about people's life. If I am the director of EPS, I will be telling the doctor, no, I'm not going to accept that thing. I'm not going to accept your excuse. You'll take the body, you'll carry to JFK. You'll take the body, you'll carry to Catholic. You'll take the body, you'll carry to the Chinese hospital. I want to know why killed my officer. And you are telling me you don't know and we're going to bury him like that?
Thank you.
We send him to the mortuary without the cause of death. We bury him like that?
Thank you very much.
This is the real definition of mysterious death. And the EPS is aware of what happened. That's why they accepted this mysterious nature.
Thank you very much, Gibson Jerry. It's always good having every one of you guys again. Thank you for joining us, share our show. We're just getting started, getting interesting though. But we want to go on Facebook, go on YouTube, go on Instagram and share the show. The death certificate from John F. Kennedy Medical Center. No one can tell you the cause of death. This is one of the 3 individuals who work for EPS at the executive mansion died. The family is saying it's mysterious death. What you say? The family is saying they get every reason to believe. One of the gentleman's cell phone was taken away from him for 6 to 7 days. All of his stuff was taken away from him. It came back, the cell phone information cleared out. There's more to the story, but we want to give the government a chance. The executive mansion security, the EPS director, Sam Gates, to address this issue. Why he have not spoken? And 2 of those individuals will be laid to rest on Friday. Paul Kennedy, talk to us.
Thank you, Stanton. Good evening, everyone. I will speak a little louder because I got one choir director sitting near me and he can't stop singing. So I try to overshadow his voice. And thank you, Gibson. I know sometimes we'll crossfire, so I appreciate you coming back to clear the air. From a public health perspective, when people die and the cause of death is pronounced by doctors as indeterminate, it is a point of concern for us in the public health sector. Because when people die, or when someone, is terminal, come to complete cease to exist, they expired, we want to know what caused that, to give us the instinct or the understanding of how we can prevent, subsequent death. In this situation, I'm hearing 3 persons die in the same within the same organization within a period of 3 months. Is that 3 months or 2 months? In the period of 2 months. So we'll be waiting to see what the cause of death for the other 2 persons will be. If it is all coming up as indeterminate, that is a problem, right? But to this point, what the doctors are saying is, listen, we are really not able to establish what has killed this person, the cause of death. Could it have been a poison? Could it have been infectious disease? Of course, according to WHO now, the most common cause of death is ischemic, cardio defect, which is heart attack. And, that could probably be the cause, but nobody on this platform can establish the cause of death based on what the doctors have said. Now, could they probe into this matter further? Yes, but at that point now, it could be done only by pathologists, right? Who will be able to really deep down into tissues, get tissues to examine them and see what is the reason why this person has died. So, at this point, it's really not good for us as a people to sit and speculate on what the cause of death would be. I'm not going to categorize as whether it's mysterious or non-mysterious. My point is, it is good for us to really investigate to find out what's happening in that environment. Are they exposing themselves to toxin, something that is killing them? Are they getting asphyxiated from something? What is going on in that perimeter, in that working environment that is killing people of the similar category? These people are physical people, or supposed to be physical, They are military trained. The regular military man has a stronger build resistance to the ordinary people who can exercise. And now, if it is something that they are exposed to, is the presidency also a threat? These are the questions we should be asking as patriotic Liberians.
Thank you.
Instead of trying to dive into being political and segregating things.
Thank you very much, Paul Ken. I like the last thing you. I like the last thing you said. Let me bring Dr. Bopler. We'll come to you, Honorable Gray. If Dr. Bopler has not spoken yet, let me bring in Dr. Bopler. Dr. Bopler, thank you for joining us again. Welcome. Let's discuss the issue about the death at the executive mansion.
Thank you, Stanton, and good evening to all of my friends and all those who watch and listen. Thank you for being a part of the conversation. The important thing I want to say on this matter is my condolences to the families who lost their loved ones. And I pray for them comfort, strength, peace, and answers during this difficult time. I am not a medical doctor, so I concur with Paul about being careful not to speculate. So I went to a medical journal to try to get small information while you were talking. And it says the coroner may not be able to determine cause of death. And this can happen if there is insufficient evidence or if the cause of death is due to natural causes that cannot be proven. So I don't know if it was a coroner that did the pronouncement or just a regular medical doctor. And so I hope that, especially since there's 3 persons in the same organization, there will be at least either autopsy to make determination. Okay, you know, people can die from mold infection that goes untreated in a building. So it could be some of those things that have created this situation. I just hope we can investigate. Everybody needs to know that, but particularly the families. And if we have a coroner, they can do an autopsy, which will give us an in-depth investigation to find the cause. So I pray for this for those families that they'll find strength, but I pray that the government will do the best they can and don't just treat it as, oh, another death. Let's investigate, let's do the autopsy and provide some answers if there are. All of us should remember, though, that people do die of natural causes every day. But 3 in the same organization in 2 months, I will want to investigate to find out what's going on.
Dr. Bopler, thank you. You were asking about who signed this document. Medical Doctor, Medical Board number 928. 928 is the Medical Board lesson number. It's a medical doctor at John F. Kennedy. We know his name. Again, Dr. Bopler, the certificate is in the chat room. We can read them. The cause of death is unknown. While we leave this to you, we gotta go to a break first. You were trying to say something real quick. We gotta go.
Can I say something, Santa?
After break, Jackie, you speak last.
Let me be very fast. Look, we got to stop playing politics here. It's about the death of people. The family are very furious. They keep being on the line. The EPS director knows exactly the cause of death. That's why a credible institution, the GFK, is saying they cannot establish the cause of death. The EPS director knows how those guys died. The family furious. They will come on air. I can guarantee you that. The director has to speak because the people will be buried. Why would you want to bury them all on autopsy? This of grave concern. Okay? Especially those of you who support the ruling establishment, you got to even push the person to push the EPS director to say the cause of death. He has to speak. The family are grieving as I speak to you. I just been on the line. That's why I went off. Okay? They are extremely furious. They are pointing serious finger. I don't want to say some of the things here on air. Okay? But the EPS director is fully cognizant of the mysterious circumstances leading to the death of those people. You see, a credible hospital, the GFK, is saying that they conclude the cause of death is not yet established. Can you imagine that? Look at the death certificate. So it raises serious eyebrow, and the EPS has to explain why those guys die. They got to explain that. That's all I just wanted to say tonight.
Thank you very much. I want to say that the EPS, as we're speaking, they're saying that we give the family 25% of the agent annual salary. But up to now, they will be burying those agents on Friday. They have not received a dime. Every effort we have been calling for Sam Gay to reach the family in person, but to no avail. Again, this is one of the gentlemen that passed his beautiful daughter. I'm not going to show the picture because I think she's 3 or 4 years old.
Guy in the hospital.
And the web, yes. So again, guys, we hope the nation, somebody can reach out to Sam Gay. We hope he can address this issue. Sister Jackie, take us home. We got to make progress on the other stories.
So something on the medical portion just needs to be clarified as standard of operating procedure. Whenever somebody is announced dead at the hospital, that clinician overseeing the death of that person has to fill out a death certificate. If at the time to show the date and time and possible cause of death, but if at the time the patient, and it seems standard operating procedure and works here in America, if at the time the clinician or the doctor in charge is not aware of the cause of death, there's no scientific evidence at the time to say this person came in, we treated the patient for this, we tried to revive the patient had this and this condition, and as a result, this is the reason why the patient died. If that scientific information is not there, the standard operating procedure while filling out that death certificate is to show unknown until an autopsy is done to determine the actual cause of death. I have had that done in my family in the States with a family member dying, other people, that's the standard operating procedure. So hopefully in Liberia, there will be some a pathologist to come on now and say, okay, this is what may have led to the death of the person. I'm not sure if the person.
All right, let's say this. Hold on 1 minute, guys.
That's what that death certificate. I'm just explaining the medical standard operating procedure of filling out a death certificate.
We got
at the time of death.
Gibson. We got to protect each other. Jackie got to finish, please.
Jackie, okay, now you know.
I said we're not doing okay yet, please. Only one person moderating, please. Go ahead, Jackie. Finish up what you are saying.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate, this is the SOP at the time of death. Either that medical doctor in charge knows the cause of death, or he or she does not know. And if he doesn't know, he cannot put something false on the death certificate until later on determined. Then the death certificate now will be adjusted to say this is what caused the death of the patient.
Jackie,
but it's standard operating procedure, even here in the United States.
Jackie, we hear that. We hear that, Jackie. Thank you very much. I want everybody to be patient here, please, guys. We have to respect each other when we're speaking. We are all professional. Please. Listen, you got a physician, you're Paul Kennedy. I work as a nurse, okay, for almost 20 years. Sister Glennie is a nurse, right? People have died in our care. Older people, they die, whatever the case may be. Glennie, have you seen on the time of death that a death certificate document is there on that same time?
I don't know where Jackie is getting that from, but in my 30 years as a nurse, that's not the case. And here in America, where I've worked most of my life here as a nurse, most times the physicians are not, especially in a nursing home or even in a hospital, the physician is not there. So usually they don't fill out the death certificate. You don't have two death certificates. It's one death certificate.
Correct.
It either goes to the primary care physician who has been taking care of that patient to fill out that death certificate, but no clinician who is not a medical doctor can fill out any death certificate except the physician that patient was assigned to. And usually we have patients died, we don't fill it out. We wait until the physician, and then sometimes the nurse may even call the physician, and that physician may have an idea prior to the death.
Let me just finish because we gotta go.
That person knows, so I don't know.
So let me say this. So what usually we do, and Jack, thank you, Glendy, as maybe Paul Kennedy work in.
But let me ask this question.
Jackie, wait.
Every patient in the hospital in U.S.
Jackie, wait.
Let me ask my question, then you and Glendy can.
No, let me finish, Jackie. I beg you, Mama. We give you
Because
chance.
it's not every time a patient dies.
Jackie, again, let's finish. I beg you, Sister Jackie, let me finish. So if a patient die in a hospital, which of course I work in veteran hospital, I work in hospital around here. If a patient die in a nursing home, the nurse in charge will do the nursing note. Right, Jackie? I mean, Plenty? We will do our nursing note. It's not a death certificate, okay? You will go through the patient chart. You will write everything from start to finish, who saw the patient, which doctor was on call, blah, 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 right? You will notify the family, everything. The family probably going to come that night and do the crying, how well you're, blah, blah, blah. You do a nice note. Now, the doctor will do their doctor note. The doctor on call probably going to come in the morning, but somebody going to pronounce that patient dead. Now, the RN, the charge nurse, will pronounce that patient dead. Thereafter, and do a complete nursing note. There is no death certificate. I'm looking at the death certificate. The man died January 24th, and on the 24th, death certificate was done. So,
Stanton, let me get a few 30 seconds. First of all, I am not a physician. I'm a physician assistant.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, let me do that correction. And you are 100% correct, Stanton, that at a time of death of a patient, the CN, which is the charge nurse, or the nurse on call the death time. They actually call it. It is a standard practice that that nurse will pronounce the time of death so that it is indicated. Now, in several jurisdictions, like if there's a gunshot wound, if the person got hit by a bullet and they brought them, whether it was DOA, when the person, whether they die on arrival or die in care, it is possible that the nurse or the doctor in care can say the death cause is indeterminate because they're still pending investigation of the death. But you are right, they cannot write it on death certificate. It will be written on the charge sheet, it will be written on the doctor's note, it will be written on everything because you don't produce the death certificate. Death certificates are produced weeks, maybe even months after the death, because that's where the regular cause of death goes, not on the on the doctor's note.
And thank you, Paul Kennedy. Thanks to everyone. Let's make some progress.
Oh, I said CNN too.
No CNN saying that one. Yeah, the CNN will the CNN will shower the body and let's move forward. Jackie, I beg you, we gotta move forward. Jackie, we gotta move forward, sister. I beg you, Mama.
Jackie, say you're closing.
Please. Say you're close and just write it down. We're backing you. Let's make some progress here. Guys, we did the mysterious step. We want to come to MedTech. What is happening actually? We got all the flyers going around that some group of people in the government protecting MedTech. I want us to discuss, and I want to appreciate every one of you that we're respecting our time and respecting each other on a beautiful show today. We got a lot to discuss. We're talking about Elon Musk and the 17 million he's taking away from Liberian advisor here. But I want to bring in Mama. Mama, let's talk about MedTech. Dr. Richardson, please watch when I come back.
Yeah, I mean, within the time frame, everybody here, we saw the campaign. But besides the campaign, we saw investigation report on MedTech. Everything, most of what we accused MedTech of prior to 2024, the investigation revealed those things. What is disturbing now is, even after those things have been discovered, no action has been taken. So the question now, therefore, is why no action has been taken? There are speculations that the people closer to the president are the one protecting MedTech. For example, it was established that MedTech lied. The investigation report, MedTech misled the evaluation panel by presenting BVA facilities and technical experience in Beirut and Mali as its own. They lie. It was established that the investigation established no evidence of any approval of bidding document from the ministerial committee. Established. Those were the allegations we were making during the campaign. We won the election. We established that through the Senate investigation. Section 9 of METEC contract called for the establishment of a transitory account from which the resources will be placed. It was established that account was established, but on July 1st, 2021, the government wrote METEC and opened a new account and instructed METEC to put that money there and manage it for the government. The investigation established that. The investigation also established that up to today, nobody understands for the length of time METEC operated, the 20% she was taking and managing on behalf of government, what she did with it. Nobody can see it. But what is disturbing, what is confusing is no action has been taken against METEC. The public, nobody knows what's happening. Everything just shoo. And there are allegations that the president's relatives, people in the executive mansion, are protecting METEC, for which no action can be taken, no public information, and everything just remains quiet. In events where agency of government like the FIA wrote to investigate METEC, METEC wrote back and said, you cannot investigate me. You do not have the authority or the character to investigate me. Who protecting this agency, this business? What is wrong with all that we accuse of? Can we establish the facts? Who holding METEC? I think that's what we need to talk about.
Dr. Richardson, thank you. Let me bring in Uncle Sam, then we'll come to you. Uncle Sam, who's holding METEC? Why METEC stayed around?
The corrupt cabal that is running the government is protecting METEC. Somebody sent out a list of 9 or 10 people that have been either suspended or dismissed for corruption in this government. And I was shocked that somebody with 2 brain cells who put out a list that in 12 months, 10 people within a particular government suspended or dismissed, and they said, but it didn't happen in 6 years. And you know, the thing is that they're playing to the mind of unsophisticated people. But no sophisticated person will look at a list of 10 people from a government that came to rescue, and that government has suspended or dismissed 10 people in a space of 11 or 12 months for corruption, and you're boasting about that? Everybody knows that corruption is deep. So if you get 10 people, it means like 95% of the corruption has been unearthed. It has not been unearthed. Similar with the METEC thing. I had a conversation with somebody today that mentioned specific members of the president's family who called ministers and heads of agencies and direct them what to do. Direct them what to do. If you remember, there was a song or the narrative of the election in 2023 that METEC and CTN would be immediately canceled if Joseph Nima Baga comes to power. Not only is METEC and CTN not being removed, but METEC is creating permanence by securing land to build an office. Securing land to build an office. And somebody from the port called me 2 or 3 months ago and said, Mr. Jackson, they have extended the contract of METEC, but they're keeping it secret. That's where we are. We are in the throes of a very corrupt cabal that came to rob, steal, cheat, and undermine the democracy of our liberal democracy. And we just have to pray for Liberia, but that is where we are right now.
Dr. Richardson, let's hear you on this METEC issue. This newspaper came up a few weeks or so. The METEC cabal. Very, very interesting story on it. We saw that also the Senate met and their recommendation on METEC fell flat. when they sent it to the executive, nobody picked that recommendation up. Nobody dared to come close to that recommendation. Medtech is operating. The 20% account was open. We accused Senator Lieutenant Fado McGill, the former LRA boss, may he so rest in peace, Thomas Dona, George Manawia, and everybody else about eating that 20%. Who are the new cabal under this government that protected Medtech? Dr. Francine Chinua Richardson.
So, Senator, you and Mommy, you guys are asking a great question. Who is protecting Medtech? Who are the cabal, members of the cabal that are protecting Medtech? That's the question right now. You know, when we started the show, we began to speak about selective justice. This can be termed as selective justice. Here we are talking about taking cars from Swakoko dentists, but yet we have people who are perhaps or definitely abusing our procurement laws, but there's nothing being done about it. You know, we have talked, and we've seen that because they belong to a certain category, they are protected by a certain group of people in our country. And this affects the country's economy. When you have to ship things into the country, you got to go through Medtech. These days, people do not want to ship things in Liberia because it is expensive. Medtech is causing this, you know, 20% or whatever they add to the bill for shipping things. So people are going through Guinea or Sierra Leone if they can. In Liberia, we are losing money. We are losing money. So I believe that we really need to get under this Medtech business, hold people who are responsible for, you know, corrupting our procurement law, hold them responsible, hold them accountable, hold them liable, okay? And so that the business of development can go on in Liberia. Medtech plays a huge role in what our country can move forward or backward. Because everybody who brings goods in the country, they are business people to some extent, or they will contribute to the development of our country to some extent. And now we see that people are protecting Medtech. So that's what I have to add.
Thank you very much. Let me come to Gibson. Brother Gibson, where are we with Medtech? We are reading the law, and I'm going to put it up some of the findings. On July 1st, 2021, the government of Liberia and Medtech opened their account at EcoBank. Well, on February 2nd, 2022, the LRA instructed Medtech to open a separate bank for the money and to manage government 20% share on behalf of the government, violating the contract and the PFM. There has been no report on what Medtech is spending the 20%, and no one is asking. Now, under this government, the report also says that 20% stay within certain questions. All right, where is Double Jada with the 20%? I mean, what I received for $96,000 car. Where is the government, Samoa, from custom with 20%? Where is Rogers with the 20%? Who is protecting Medtech? Who is receiving the share? And we need to dig deeper, and we need to ask the question. So we asked for the Senate report and recommendation on Medtech, which fell flat, and we'll be sharing it with you guys soon. Gibson, talk to us, please.
You know, Stanton, sometimes this advocate thing is not working for everybody, not working for all of us, because this government met the problem. Before the election, they recognized the problem. They talked about the problem. They used the problem as a political yardstick to beat on the ruling establishment at the time. They swore that they will make sure that all bookers' concessions or contracts are erased, that the president was going to use his pen to remove all illegal contracts from the system. We are 1 year and going to months. The president has not taken any action on Medtech. Stanton, how many times we now talk about Medtech on this show? How many times we haven't talked about Medtech? When does President Boakai get angry about something? I always ask this question, because if you are a leader, that something can make you angry and say, this is nonsense, we got to end it today. When does he get angry? MedTech is a problem. I saw Sylvester Grisby here, a picture, and I just laughed. I saw a corner picture, I just laughed. MedTech, this government will not touch MedTech. Let's stop fooling ourselves. We keep talking, but they are in bed with MedTech. They are enjoying MedTech. Somebody is pocketing the money and sending it to Joseph Boakai house. So if Joseph Boakai believes that he is not taking some of that money, let him get angry and take action on MedTech. Otherwise, we will believe the same thing that happened to other presidents in the past, where somebody collecting the president's share and taking it to the president, and the president will not take any action. That's how we'll take Joseph Boakai to be. Otherwise, if he's angry with my words, if he's angry with what is going on, let the president institute a reversal of the situation. Reverse it. We tired talking about the MedTech. MedTech have been in the news forever. And he comes and promises to stop this. And we trust that you are going to stop it. When will President Boakai get angry one day and say, gentlemen, I don't want to hear MedTech anymore? Mr. Minister of Finance, Mr. Justice Minister, review the people contract. If they cannot do this, to be straightforward with the Liberian people, you'll cancel the contract. You won't go to litigation, let's go to litigation. When is he going to get angry about that? Just look, sometimes the whole advocacy thing here we'll keep talking until judgment day come. But we're not going to get anything out of it. Every time somebody comes, they tell that they are heroes. They are not heroes. Somebody comes, they are rescuers. They are excusers. So I think this whole thing, let them leave MedTech, let MedTech operate, take everything like now. Thank you,
Thank you. Thank you, Gibson. Paul Kennedy, MedTech issue is getting serious by the minute. We can put pictures up. We can put those people picture up. Those are operating within the 1 year of MedTech. Man, I'm telling you, this is total embarrassment. Family members' name, relationship, the executive mansion, and everybody involved, speculation, allegation. MedTech is in stagnation. Talk to me, Paul Kennedy.
Yeah, Stanton, you asked the question, who's protecting MedTech? Well, it's clear. The same people who are protecting President Boakai, I will assume are the same people who are protecting MedTech, because or else why would MedTech be above the law? We've all established here already, several months back, maybe even a year ago, that MedTech was actually not necessary in our country. MedTech, from my understanding of what it's doing, is actually doing LRA job. So all the money that's going to MedTech, LRA has a lot of trained, sophisticated custom officers, people who are data technicians trained in there, that could be doing the exact same thing MedTech is doing. And I think they pay them their $600 or $700 a month. And you'll be paying them that money, the rest of the money going to our revenue, right? But somebody decided, no. MedTech came as a corrupt entity under the president. We are government. In fact, we heard a story of how MedTech had a escrow account sitting in Dubai that they were paying money to, and Une McGill and George Weah were enjoying that money. So the way McGill and George Weah are not there now, who are the two people enjoying that money? That's the question I'm trying to ask, right? Because if McGill and George Weah were enjoying the money, and McGill and George Weah are no longer there, but MedTech is there, still paying the same money somewhere, who's eating that money? That's one of the questions we should be asking. The second question we should be asking is, how is MedTech function completely different from what LRA is doing? People are carrying cars to Guinea and driving from Guinea into Monrovia with their cars because they are trying to evade the custom duties at the port and all of the extended charges MedTech is putting on them. We talked the same thing about Western Cluster. The other night, Senator Snow was here talking about Western Cluster and how it's just operating in an MOU. That MOU was an issue here during the election time. In fact, people said, sooner will come, we're going to go create an MDA, blah, blah, blah. Up to now, when you go to Tottenham, bro, coming back, all the horses on the road are covered up by dust the environmental degradation that's going on there. People are getting tuberculosis and they are getting a lot of pneumonia on that road. The environmental health hazard on that road is bad.
We're talking about Western Close, and I get back to MedTech, brother.
But I'm getting lost because like government for Liberian people has become nothing but scam. One government will come and preach all the good news, thinking that when they come there, they will improve the lives and well-being of the Liberian people. And the Liberian people really are not asking for much. They are just asking for their daily basic necessity. Give us health care. Give our children the ability to go to school. Give our husbands and our wives jobs. Let us be able to buy bread to eat. These are the questions the Liberian people are asking. But over government, the Unity Party came and failed them. CDC came and did worse. Then we give it back to Unity Party. Why these two parties continue to get our people to poverty? Let's consider a better option.
Thank you very much, Paul Kennedy. Guys, this is our talking point for now. MedTech cabal, who is holding on to MedTech, who collected the money, who's collecting the 20%. I mean, where is Double Jada? Where is the new commerce minister? What is the finance minister? Because he served also on the board. Who are involved from the executive mansion? Who is handling the Liberian people money and pocketing it themselves on the MedTech scam? Now, these are allegations, some serious allegations coming up. We see Jojo Boaga, we see Jacob Akoli, we see Sylvester Grisby, and Amara Conan representing the Senate over there. Somebody is doing something. We will be sharing with you the Senate recommendation on MedTech, why it fell flat when it went to the executive mansion. The executive mansion said, we are not going to open this thing. We don't care. MedTech is here to stay. Uncle Sam is reporting they have already signed MedTech contract and you're just waiting to unseal it. I'm coming to you, Dr. Beauplan. What's going on with MedTech? 2 years in this government.
Stanton, I think the whole MedTech story is quite frankly very disappointing. So the port, you know, we have the big sign up there, we say the gateway to the economy. The port is one of those places that you don't want to play politics, you don't want to have corrupt practices, you don't want to have bureaucratic practices. You want to make it very business-friendly, people-friendly, because there's mega of millions of dollars to be made. But we still do what we've been doing. We have this, you know, this thing been a long time now, MedTech. So this is the place where they're so strategic to our economy, especially a very input-dependent economy. Well, most of our things come from outside. That place, you keep it, okay? So it will make you your mega of millions of dollars. You don't get it embroiled in all of this thing. For me, though, the bigger challenge for us is that the central government, not government as it should be, but government as it is one of the principal reasons why economic development is so painfully slow in this country. We have no pockets of best practice. The port of Buchanan can be an international port, but want to control everything. Stop Monrovia first, then we'll send it to Buchanan. So there's no place of best practice. So the Monrovia port can't even look down the road and say, let's see what those people are doing. It's working well. They're making money and things are happening. So, you know, let's look at, we got nowhere to look. We are our own practice. We do it messed up. We're corrupt. We're mediocre, but it's just us. The president's attempt to decentralize, if this president could really stand his and insist that decentralization take place so counties can have more autonomy and authority, this country will start to pick up in its development efforts. And counties will become a magnet for Liberian professionals all over the world, because professional people are not looking for jobs. The ability follows opportunity. They just want the opportunity to have some autonomy and authority in different parts of the country. And then we can create pockets of best practice so the central government can look at. Otherwise, we just do the same thing. We are our own best practice. The central government, the president really need to move on this matter. Don't mess with the port. Don't mess with the port. And the business is there for anybody. So you move MedTech, there'll be serious companies that will come to do the work we want done. This is not a situation where, you know, oh, we want you to come fix up stuff. No, there's business there. Don't mess with it. It's so critical to the economy. And they made it so expensive now that people are shipping to nearby countries. Sierra Leone and Guinea, they're shipping there a lot because our port is too costly and it's very business unfriendly. We need to change that.
Dr. Bopla, thank you very much. The question remains, and to you, our fellow Liberians, who chopping the Medtech money? We saw that it gave over 96,000 to Double Jada sign. Army Motor received the Medtech car. Who eating Medtech money? Who they giving that money to? Huge amount of money. Have you read the FIA report on Medtech? That Medtech is charging 3 times more. 3 times more. If you send your car to Liberia and supposed to pay $1,500, Medtech is charging you $4,500. No question. You complain, you're on your own. Who chopping the money? Who is fighting for the Liberian people? Actually, do we really need Medtech? Let me ask you a question, Honorable Gray. You are part of this House of Representatives. You know better than we do on this show. Who's eating the money now? If it is not Thomas Donan, not Nathaniel Miguel, not Samuel Toye, not Josh Manawea, then who?
Look, I don't miss my voice. When you run on a mantra of change and you present to the public your manifesto and what you will do or what you intend to achieve, and you begin to shoot yourself in the legs and begin to contradict yourself, it shows something about the current composition of the Unity Party-led administration. That there are a group of economic vampires or gangsters who are against us in the economy of the country. What do I mean by that? You call a deal illegal. You call a deal that was not ratified by the legislature under your predecessor. You provided the most damaging image, a pictorial view, a panoramic view, a damaging panoramic view of an agreement. And that agreement is in the purview of the executive branch of government. And you absolutely control the executive branch of government. It's not where you have 73 representatives debating an issue. It's about a presidential decision to cancel the contract because it's a presidential contract by all arguments. So how can you exonerate President Boakai from making no attempt, not just to cancel the contract that he committed himself to doing, but just reviewing the contract itself or amending the contract itself? We've gone 1 year. It raises serious concern. It shows that there are economic gangsters who are in the corridor of power, vampires, have the presidential privilege, untouchable. Liberia is now seeing a new emergent, not a Chucky Taylor who was blooded, but a son to the president who I can say has acknowledged on this and denying that. The newspaper has come over accusation, the New Dawn, on the nephew of the president, Cheka Kabakori, for example. They've come to accuse the son of the president, Jojo Boakai, who lives in the private jet across the Republic of Liberia consistently. Is it another Raul Salif that helped to damage President Salif-led administration, especially in her second term, or first and second term, Jojo have been accused. Now let me say this to you. I know these guys very well. These guys are boasting that when they leave this government, they will never go broke in a lifetime again. Sylvester Grisby has become untouchable. He executed $500,000 without any accountability. He went scot-free, never got suspended. So there are certain sacred cows within the government of the Republic of Liberia because of proximity, presidential proximity. These are what we call in politics or economic, we call them the political or economic czars, the czars and czarinas. You know, the ladies are called the Zarinas. The men are called the Zars, but when they are combined, they call them Zars. Okay. So these Zars and Zarina, the Mamaka, for example, Mamaka Belete, one of the team for this government. You know the story about the yellow machine, billions of dollars. So Metek, Gibson raised the issue of CEO that if the allegation was that by this government, that Samuel Twe, President Weah, McGill were involved into the 20%, will the government said in the 20% still be eaten by them, by the allegation? You ask a question. Have you asked yourself how much property exchanged hand during the campaign for Unity Party? Let me say this to you. Many of you who supported these people, you may have good intentions. I don't castigate you because you supported people. Okay, you are democratic citizen. Under the doctrine of democratic citizen, as a student of international political study, you can make a change on your vote. You can vote somebody and it turn out to be what you didn't expect of them, and you can make a change. It makes you a democratic citizen. The fact of the matter here is that you're talking about a huge sum of 20%. 96,000 out of you go about of that 20%, which you are fully cognizant of. Who ate the rest of the money? You won't tell me that the president appeared on your show before he became president. He said the country has been raped. And they are on a mission to rescue the country. The president has defaulted. They have failed on the campaign promises. And one of those cardinal things is to battle corruption.
Moses Akaris, great. Thank you.
30 seconds, please, CEO.
Real quick, we gotta go to Blendy.
I beg your indulgence. 30 seconds.
Go ahead.
Okay. If this president will talk about rape, the country has been raped under an administration coming to rescue the country. The country is not under rape. But the rape victims have been found guilty. And who is guilty? The presidency of the country is guilty of corruption. They're guilty of protecting Metek and other companies that said they will close down automatically. These are presidential orders that establish these companies. So why you can't take action? Why you depending on the legislature? Legislature made a recommendation. The president closed his eyes on the recommendation after 1 year because Metek.
Honorable Moses Akaris, thank you very much. We must proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Gray. By these vampires. Thank you.
And how do you call the male and female? You still call them, how do you call them?
The male are called Zars, like Zars. Even
And the
Obama
female?
has Zars in Washington.
And the females?
Zarinas.
They are called Zarinas.
Zarinas, we're going to go to one of our
And when they
Zarinas.
are combined, you call them Zars.
No. We're going to go to one of the Zarina, Glenny Zarina.
No, I know. No, not me. I beg you.
I'm trying to write. Listen. I'm trying to write all those words down. Now, Glenny will be Zarinas. Sister Zarinas, go ahead.
I got nothing to add. I got anything to add to Metek. I story that ongoing, on and on and on. What else to add? I have nothing to add. Metek is overwritten because of the government.
Thank you. Before we go to ISA, let me put this up. Like I said, the final report is in the chat room, guys. The Senate report, September 19, 2024, destination inspection contract between the government of Liberia and Metek Scientific Limited. There you go. Now, what were some of the findings and recommendation? And I hope, listen, establishment of entity LRA concession committee, request for concession certificate, insurance of concession certificate, formation of the interministerial concession committee, blah, blah, blah. We're going to go to the findings and recommendation. Guess what happened? When the document reached before the executive said, put that under the desk. We'll get to it when we're ready. Ask it, though. Who chopping? Who eating in this government? The Metek 20% or even more.
And that is the right question. That should be the right question. You remember? Simon Twe and George Weah were eating $2 from every bag of bread through Ministry of Commerce. It's been more than 1 year now. We are still asking who is eating that $2 today. We see again that $2 that Simon Twe and George Weah were eating when they were there. Now they are not there. We are still asking who is eating that $2. But guys, let me say this. Regardless of being from CDC government, from they scam government now or any other government. There is no way anyone will argue that any government can be perfect as 100%. I have consistently said on this show that even the CDC government had its own problem too. We've acknowledged that. The only thing we disagree with is the level of propaganda that was making it appear what it was not. That's why we disagree on. MedTech is one of those places that I agree with most people. Personally, I don't know what MedTech brings in the country that NRA cannot do. I don't know. I don't know much about that. But
all right, so as it went off, his internet is trapping. Let's finish with you again, Mame. Let's give you the chance to close up on this.
Yeah, I will close up. I mean, exactly what everybody said. I saw Jojo picture, I saw Jake picture, I saw Senator Connie, I saw Crispy. I will only speak to Jojo. I think Senator Connie is the chair on the committee that produced that report and those recommendations. Jojo, if I were in your shoes as a young man, my father is president, I would not sit here today and say I wouldn't be engaged into bringing investment and discussing potential investment to come to my country. I will not sit and fold my hands and lie down in bed for 6 years as a young man. I wouldn't say that. And I wouldn't advise you either to do that. But this is why we advise you as a friend, as somebody who I know your name. Look for good deals. There are good deals and there are bad deals. The bad deals, they are easy to get and make money out of. The bad deals, they are fast to conclude on. The good deals, it requires time, deep thinking, patience. But when you get the resources from the good deals, you sleep in peace. You relax yourself. When you engage with the bad deals, you get the money fast. You enjoy fast. It puts you in trouble. It ruins the reputation of your family. It embarrasses the presidency. I am saying to you, pay attention if you're not already paying attention to them. Pay attention to good deals and stay far from bad deals. MedTech is a problem. What the president needs to do, like was recommended in the Senate report, take some of those actions. Take it. Advise your father, president, Daddy, this is a problem. Daddy, I beg you, look at the Senate report. Ask your advisors to come up with a way forward that brings relief to the people and present you as different. I'm asking you as a brother, do that. Even if this story is false, that you are not involved, let's assume the story is false, you're not involved. Use this opportunity to say, Dad, this thing is growing up. The news is just mounting up, Dad. It's over 1 year now. We've not made a decision as a country on this identical burning issue. Daddy, I beg you, this week, pay attention to it and make a decision. That would be my appeal to you. Not accusing you of anything, but that would be my appeal to you. Pay attention to good deals. It takes time to conclude. It takes energy and deep thinking to conclude. But when they are concluded, you live in peace. Forget about bad deals. They bring problems.
Thank you very much. We're going to give Asa the time to finish up. Asa, your internet went off. Then we'll move to the Elon box and that of this usage thing. A lot of people are showing interest, but this method thing is very, very important for us to stick to a little bit. Asa, talk to us. Finish up. Are you with us, Asa, though?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, thank you, Stanton. Thank you very much. So again, as I was saying, yes, you hear me?
I said, I don't know what you add.
You hear me?
Well, we're having a delay.
Okay, but I'm good now.
Yeah, go ahead. Talk to us. Go ahead.
Okay, like I was saying, this is one of the places where I agree with many people, the issue of medtech. Personally, I don't know what medtech brings in Liberia. I don't know exactly, is this something they are doing, like the LRA cannot do? I just think it's just added burden of cost on end users and consumer, because of course, anytime a businessman or a businesswoman brings in a goods, they will absolutely have to take their money off that goods and have profit on it. So if we were not to have medtech costs, it will be one less cost that the people will be paying. Personally, I don't know if from the CDC government, from the UP government, SCAM government, whatever government, medtech in my mind is not breaking in much. I don't know of. Where other people say is some international requirement for food safety, whatever it is, I don't know. But again, I don't know what medtech brings. I think it is just more cost, or very few people may be the one into the deal yet and there. But this is my issue that I wanted to end on. The issue is that the Unity Party government, when they were running campaign, they ran campaign on one of the greatest things they've always talked about, was the issue of medtech. So indeed, if someone before was the one into this corrupt deal, who is in the corrupt deal now? I heard my brother saying he would beg President Mbaka on his feet to say, Daddy, please remove it. Is my brother really saying President Mbaka does not know about the very thing he wants to beg President Mbaka about? That cannot be a serious discussion. Of course, the president is aware. The president himself spoke of these things. How long more will it take for this to happen? And just a little correction I wanted to make, then I conclude here. Or we're earlier on talking about the issue of death, and someone said Mr. Matthew Ennis, who from the CBL was found dead in a car. That is wrong. That was one of the campaign propaganda. Mr. Ennis's death came from car accident. It was an accident, hit and run. That's how he died. And as a matter of fact, he was not the director of microfinance.
Yeah, thank you. He died. The context is that he died in a car.
Those are the campaign propagandas that we must defeat.
Thank you, Isaac. Ennis died in a car, whether in a car accident, whether they like him or he died in a car. Let me say this to all of you up there. It's very important that we go to the phone line before we go to our last two topics for tonight. The important part is that this medtech thing is a scam. People are benefiting under this government. Send your stuff to Liberia. But I want to ask you, why Jojo name coming up in this thing, Uncle Sam? Why people are pointing finger to Jojo?
You want me to answer?
Yeah, I'm asking you, Uncle Sam. I'm asking you, Uncle Sam.
So basically, let me just say something, okay? I don't know whether Jojo is involved. Okay, even though people say he's involved, and if they go, but here is the thing I want to ask your Liberian people. We don't have enough sense to create our own medtech, our own CTN. We have to give it to Lebanese people to abuse us and use us. And
yeah, but we gotta go now. I'm just asking why people putting Jojo name in the thing. I gotta go to the phone line, Uncle Sam.
Yes, but Stanton, you ask a question and I want to answer it the way I know how to
Uncle
answer
Sam,
it.
you can't answer the question like that, man. Uncle Sam, be blunt. You know the picking cotton D, man. Say it.
My man, they told me, but I don't have any evidence of it.
Yeah, but say what
I don't
you
want
are.
to go ahead and start accusing anybody with all evidence. They say it's hearsay. It's come from a lot of sources.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Uncle Sam, this is Joseph Yima Bwaka Jr. I respect him. He's a good friend and brother. Knowing that his name and this thing can lead people to major sanction. We have seen it before. There's no joke. People are playing around with Samuel 12 and say, oh, the man that goes on sanction, Samuel 25 meter. Oh, that thing they put on looking at is Samuel 12 cutting the old. Samuel 12 got on sanction. They'll throw it. People in government and outside of government. Uncle Sam, this is Joseph Yima Boakai Jr. To put his name on paper, whether it's a year say, they say, we say, I say, whatever it may be, Uncle Sam, how serious is this? Going back to the Chucky Taylor, going back to the, how you call it, Salif, Rob Salif, and all the Salif sons. Uncle Sam, how serious is this? That this young man, I'm older than him, wishing him well, that people can start framing him on other clandestine behavior, Uncle Sam?
Troubling.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the other people. Dr. Richardson, you want to take your 30 seconds on this? If you don't know, that's fine. We'll move on. But let's give everyone the time to take 30 seconds on it, Dr. Richardson.
You muted.
I'm going to pass on this one, Stanton. I said what I had to say earlier.
Thank you. Gibson, how serious is this for JoJo and the family watching the show, saying that this young man and that have great future ahead of him, even after the 6 years of his father, that they can pin this MedTech and CTN and other program, in the government honor him. But this program are suffocating the Liberian people. If it is true, Gibson, talk to me.
First of all, what could be JoJo's objective for his father's government as a responsible child? Your father introduced you into the government. You are handling governmental affairs. You have your own office with your own staff, and you are involved in the running of your father's government. What could even be your objective? Is it not to make sure that nobody mislead your father? Is not to make sure that organizations and institutions that are coming to make deal with your father on behalf of the Liberian people, you are there as an eye to protect the government image, but you are in the government, you have your office, you have all approved budget, you are running actually your father's office, and people are coming with bogus organizations, bogus proposals, and you sit down there and your name is merged into it. This is the rotten part of governance. You didn't have Joshua's son involved in this thing, so we didn't know how it looked like when your son is involved in stuff. JoJo is the only person who is the son of the president. The president is old, not agile. He cannot go everywhere. He doesn't even have the time to go to work and stay to work for more than 5 hours. You go to work 12 o'clock, come home 2 o'clock, and you are there. You, actually, JoJo, you are the eye for your father. You should make sure. You should protect him. You should protect his government. You are there, and the very things that people are afraid of when we are said this thing over and over. Does JoJo even care? My father government spoil, my father government not spoil. Does he even care? Is he the kind of son that can say, no, this thing is too much. I can't let the people destroy my father government. Does he even care? He doesn't care, Stanton. And surely, sanction will come. If they continue like this, if they continue linking up to the airborne, sanction will come. Sanction will come one day. And we'll not be surprised if put a JoJo then they are sanctioned. But maybe you will not even heard him because you will stay here and run his father or philanthropist.
Let me go back to you. Mama, let me keep you for last because we got to make progress. Paul Kennedy, I'm concerned because I know JoJo, right? But a lot of allegation on the CTN, JoJo, MedTech, JoJo, company at Rival International Airport, JoJo, operations in and out of the mining industry, JoJo, Western Cluster, and other deals on concessions, JoJo. People are sending me the list of operations that bears the name Joseph Yima Boakai Jr. The strength that comes with that name, the power that accompany that name. Does he care that this is very, very important and he has been watched through all? Private jet to Ghana, to Ivory Coast, private jet around the African continent, sponsored by who we don't know. But JoJo operation is getting bigger and deeper. What say you, Paul Kennedy? And these are allegations. But these allegations, Hunter Jefferson Koji. These allegations, Hunter Samuel Twe. These allegations, Hunter Bill Traore. These allegations, Hunter Nathaniel Fallow Miguel. These allegations had result at the end, and here comes sanction. What say you?
Absolutely, Stanton, you are correct. What would I do if I were Jojo in Jojo's case? And like you rightly said, these are all allegations. But if they are not disproved and somebody does not come to rebut to them, chances are it could be a perception thing that will live after Jojo for the rest of his life. Now, what are those things that he can actually do to help move government into the direction? Gibson started working on it.
Well, can I continue with you? They're beating something in the back. Let's come back to you, please. We'll go to Dr. Bopler on this one. Dr. Bopler, you want to add anything, sir?
Stanton, I am not going to say much about something I have no evidence of other than just an allegation report. It is concerning that the president's son name is attached to something that seemed to be scandalous or less than transparent or corrupt. But the question I would ask is, has there been an investigation? If the man has not been investigated and proven guilty of anything, then we should be careful to not put too much onto allegations. And I have not seen anything more than what I read in the paper and the New Dawn. So I am not going to pass any judgment on him because I don't know that he's done anything wrong.
I hope you understand that we are not passing judgment. We are going back in history that these allegations brought in results.
Oh, we just heard some definitive comments that he doesn't care, and that's definitive. That's I know. And
okay,
I'm saying,
so when you say that these allegations again that it raises concern, do you? And that's what you yourself saying, correct? That these allegations will be investigated or folks are looking into it, but it raises some serious concern. That's my position.
Right, but he's not been accused. I mean, not been found guilty of anything. So I can't see any more to that.
Correct. Thank you very much, Dr. Bopler. Thanks. Let me bring you Honorable Gray. Here comes Kneel Down. It's not only Kneel Down. Here comes the MedTech issue. Here comes CTN, and all the other factory concession and negotiation in the back that bears the name. I mean, take us home on this, and then we'll go to Mame. We'll be going to the phone line shortly, guys. I know you want to contribute. We'll bring you in. Honorable Gray. Honorable Akaris Gray. All right, I think Honorable Gray is muted. It's internet. Mame, so finish up till we can have Gray back. Talk to us.
Yeah, I mean, we've said it all. I would just make general recommendations. I mean, maybe we need to go back and revisit this whole policy about first family involvement in government. You see, Trump, he's bold. He takes his son, say he's my advisor. The country knows the role he's playing. The country knows, the whole world knows the role he's playing. You can hold him accountable. But they tell us back home, no, don't do it. President, children, family should not be. But you keep them out and in real sense, to be real human beings. You know it is not possible for non-emerging people associated with the president to just sit for 6 years, put their hand between their legs and do nothing. It is not possible. So I think we need to come back as a country and reevaluate that. Should we create an opportunity where they are visible and held accountable for their action? Or we just behave as if we don't know that they are doing things when actually they are doing things, and we pretend as if they're not doing something? Which one is better? It's not about Jojo now. It's about going to the future. What should we do? Allow them to come take position and hold them accountable for what they do? Or we pretend as if they're not doing anything, but they're doing a lot of things. We can hold them accountable for it. What is the way forward?
Thank you very much, Mohammed. We'll finish with you on our Karis Mose Gray, and then we'll go to the phone line before going to the last two conversations.
Sorry that I have a bad internet tonight, but there is a line from a song that says, "What's done in the darkness shall come to light." Okay, I don't know whether you heard that famous song. Let me tell them, Father, let me tell them what is done in the darkness shall come to light. Look, there are too many allegations against Jojo. Liberia is a small society, ranging from the mining sector to contracts across government, at various land ministries and agencies of government. Do you know Walter McCarthy? Do you know the Deputy Minister of Lands, Mines, and Energy that was dismissed under Ellen Johnson leave that is in order of the shaded concession issue of mining companies, gold, diamond, and other things? Do you know the proximity with here in Jojo? Do you know the interaction? Liberia is a small country, a very small country. And the gossip, the conversation is just clear. Whether you like it or not, I'm sorry, but you know the president, Jojo, have been provoked to lead this process behind the scene because there's a popular belief that the father is not in control and he should control the process. When you bring your sons or your children into the campaign processes, into the governance cycle, directly or indirectly, these are the things. You know, Jojo was in the campaign, he had to resign to source funding for his father, to talk to business institutions. You know, he was with Marathon. You know, he resigned was a year prior to the election that he wanted to work with his father for the presidency. So he sourced a lot of funds in different manner and form, talking to different investors, different friends, and all of those things. This is time to protect those institutions. This is time to make money out of those institutions. So those institutions will be protected. It's an open secret across the country. Maybe Mame doesn't want to say it because he's been a little bit polishing his voice. Let me say that. He's euphemistic. He tried to polish his voice. You know, when someone's parent dies, you can't say he died, say he passed away. You try to polish it. Okay. Or someone stole from you, you say you took it from the table, you took it away, please borrow my pen. You know, the man stole your pen. I see that's what Mame and my Papi Sam Jackson trying to do. But the fact of the matter here is that it's a dangerous picture, domestically and internationally, in Sub-Saharan Africa, for such a president to be seen in political and commercial business during the presidency of his or mother, father, or mother.
Thank you very much. We gotta go to the phone line. Honorable Gray. We gotta go to the phone line. Gibson, where you say you're going? You look tired, Gibson.
I wanted to answer 2 questions, if I can, that Mame.
Real quick, Dr. Richardson, then we'll go to the phone line.
One of the questions I heard Mame say that she will openly give positions to the presidents and whoever that is, son, daughters, or very close relatives. That was one of the questions that he asked. And then his second question was, should we hold these family members responsible for corruption if they commit the crime? You know, so the first question to me to answer that is like, you know, by openly giving them positions, does that mean that it will be less corrupt or more corrupt? You know, to me, that doesn't mean that it will be less corrupt or more corrupt.
But there's a violation for appointing certain relatives. That was not a debate.
Yes, and that's
what law on it.
Mame was saying maybe we should scrap the law. He's saying that's why I interpreted him to say maybe there's
one of the reasons is like I know some of you are medical doctors. I heard that you can't just when your parent wreck in a condition, you can't work on the parent.
I understand.
Okay, because of that emotion.
No, we have to understand the law. We have to understand the law.
Yeah, so bringing your sons into government, you may not punish that child because of the relationship with that.
There's a conflict of interest.
The conflict of interest law states if you give a position to your son without monetary attachment, you are not violating. But if you give your position to monetary attachment,
under the code of conduct, you cannot appoint JC.
So if you just say, let me begin like this. If you say Jojo is an answer to the president, but he does not have a monetary attachment, he does not have a salary. He doesn't have a salary.
No salary. You cannot appoint your son to government.
My point is,
we gotta go to the phone line, guys.
my point, I just wanted to say to your question, Mami.
Yes. No, I didn't talk about this.
Close does not make them, does not make them corrupt or less corrupt. Okay, that's the answer to that question. If you're a corrupt person, whether you do it popularly or you do it,
the only thing they're just going to put certificate on it that the richest and get in job and they be more corrupt.
Yeah, but without a particular title, you cannot hold them accountable. That's my main point. If you don't have a particular role,
guys,
I agree.
You cannot.
I believe what Dr. Richardson is saying. Something is in there to say that. Listen, just the key. Can you give your son a job under the Liberian own constitution?
No.
No. Can the president give his daughter or his son a specific job? But we'll get back to it. I say you're right. I didn't go to you. Can you close in 1 minute on this? And then okay, let's go to ask it. Let's ask it Honorable Gray. Honorable Gray, let's go to ask it. Then we'll go to the phone line. We're going to the phone line. Nelson, open the phone line. If I don't stop these intellectuals, we will continue. We have to go to the phone line. Ask it very quick. Ask it very quick. Honorable Gray, I beg you, very quick.
General Gray, you got to stop this. General Gray, you are wrong. You got to stop this. General Gray, you can't be talking about constitution, rule of law, and talking about President Baka. How is President Baka concerned with rule of law? Whatever the constitution says is the opposite President Baka does. So how is it possible you can come on the show and be talking about the constitution says? Do you see President Baka as somebody who cares on what the constitution says? Let's discuss this on the context of Liberia.
All right, we got to go to the phone line. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Isaac. Isaac, thank you very much. I said, thank you very much. We got to go to the phone line. I said, we'll come to you in the second round. You will be the first to go. I want to announce to all of you, Nelson, I put a number up. We discussed a couple of issues. One of the main issues, who eating the MedTech money? Say what you want to say. Let's be respectful. I got Uncle Sam here, Dr. Richardson. I got Abula Mame, my brother Gibson, Jerry, Paul Kennedy. Dr. Bopla is here. Honorable Karis, Moses Gray, and Axedo. My sister Jackie had to go back to work, and Sister Glennie will be coming back on. I want to appreciate all of you. A beautiful Monday. Let's hear you. Honor MedTech. Who's eating the MedTech money? Musa Benitez's son. Musa Benitez will come on the show on Thursday. He will talk to us about his son. We talked about the executive mansion, the 3 deaths, whether they are a mysterious death or whatsoever the case may be. But the main focus right now, before we move to Elon Musk and the 17 million, and how our country is about to go under a lot of suffering. Don't forget, on the 13th, the president is scheduled to travel to Ethiopia. President Biden, President Trump have stopped using funding. Will the president travel in a private jet? That's our Saki question. But I want to say to you again, focus, let's talk about MedTech. Let's talk about CTN. Who's eating the money? Nelson, we'll take the first 10 calls from Liberia, then we'll say 10 from the international. Now, while we do this, some of us will take our break. Again, if you want to sponsor the Spoon Talk, Calando Hotel, Calando is going to sponsor Spoon Talk. He will be our first sponsor. If you share your program, you want to sponsor the show, we will accept you to sponsor this great network, and we say thank you. Let's go to Liberia now. Nelson, open the phone line, please.
So 05551101075 is the number to call, and you'll be live. We take our first caller here. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you are live. Your name and where you calling from?
I'm Popi Sokoseli calling from.
Yeah, please go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah. You see, most of the questions Sandra can ask, I want to tell him that this question is a freedom question. But most of the questions we always ask, he should be the person direct to answer that question. Because they brought the government. They accuse the previous government. He should be answering this question.
Thank you. Let's hold you there and take another person.
Why you call my out, man? You were saying something good.
Hello?
Yeah, let's hear you. Your name and where you calling from?
I'm calling for.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. The the topic tonight.
Okay.
So, this guy called JJ. He started this by doing his personal product from the president. He started insurance. And I can say this to you that even now, you go to Calabash, you see you there.
Okay.
Spanish people money. You look here and he is establishing life and he just knows about enjoying himself.
Thank you.
What are people what are doing?
Thank you. Hello.
Hello? How you doing?
Yeah, you're live. Let's hear you.
This is Abiyat Kiamu calling from District number 3 Masarauta County.
Yeah, go ahead quickly.
Yeah, the matter issue. The matter money, I'm strongly believe that the president eating his portion. Because if you don't eat this at this time, he has taken action. On the sport, people have discussed it over and over. He get any corruption case that found most of it was about to suspect.
Okay.
When I was getting a call, I do a cover as I was talking to everybody. I'm a lot of
Thank you. Caller number 4. Hello. Yeah, please walk away from your radio, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's what the people are saying. All the question what is you asking who demand the money 20%. Who shall be he also ask, he also tell who is the money now he also but the other question he don't be able on board. Talking about Jojo do all the one here. The former president of there, Malasari, for all children local all the country get the money. He brought the same buy again. They asking who is the money. He also asked the question here.
Thank you. Number 5. Hello.
Yeah, how are you, Nancy? And good night to the Great People Coffee community.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is Alice Momo calling from Caulfield. Yeah, Nancy, I think I am a serial follower of the Spoon Network, but I would want to say this to our CEO. I mean, the show for me, I believe that the way in which the show is being run this time around, you know, getting people who have been accused without going through any investigation and having them discuss for 1 hour, 1 hour plus, I believe that is tampering with those people's character. I feel this when the issue of the Internal Affairs Minister was then discussed on the issue of that money. So I want to advise the CEO, when the people are being accused, he can have a flag, but not dipping into it for 1 hour, 1 hour plus tampering with person character. So the question is, in case the people go to court and they are guilty, what would Spoon Network do? Would the network go back and spend 2 hours again? I mean, or clearing them? So my advice is, I'm getting sick of this. You can't keep tampering with people's character while they are not yet guilty.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm having a very serious problem with this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's you there and take another person. Hello? Your name and where you calling from?
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead. Let's hear you.
My name is Scott Samir.
Okay.
Okay, I would like to agree this time around with a few of the panelists on the show. You see, we voted for the government, we brought the government to power with the expectation that things that the old government were doing, they came to get rid of somebody. But now the way things are going is not actually found. The people are saying that the president is not in the know. I don't want to believe that the president is not in the know. The president is in the know and you should take action on these things. He's slow to take action on everything. Why is he not taking action? The method, the city, and why is he not taking action? Why is it difficult for him to take action? So something is fair. He should take action. We brought the power to change and he should take the dynamics.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your input. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
You're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you. This is Emmanuel Richardson, and I joined the conversation from Senator Morovia. Well, I would like to say hi to all the panelists. Look, I listen to Spoon tonight, and I see people like Mohammed and other people try to dodge around, you know, the particular thing concerning Jojo Boaga. Look, I can remember in the past, 1 year, 2 years ago, These guys were on a very Spoon FM going allegations against people that they never have any evidence. In fact, they were accusing people, forcing on the Spoon FM, have people ate 30 million from Nete and the other person. My question to them, since you people clean at the time that President we are Minister Tua were eating Nete money, you please tell us right now who responsible for Nete right now, because President we are and Minister Tua, they are no longer in government. These guys ran with all kind of proper against the former president. Today, the very thing you people say is wanting now. President Boga, look, then imagine if it was Trump, we are today you knew were coming to come out as president. We are our president. You will not get people on Spoon ever talking about all the things and allegations we're going to investigate. They will be running that old Trump has carried 30 billion, he carried 40 million. All these things that they really want us. We got to stop that. Let's be real and be truthful to ourselves. Jojo Boga is involved in all kind of corruption, and we have to stop. Let's be speaking and elaborate people. Yeah, President Boga, you don't even respect the rule of law first place. So nothing about our whole country is upside down. Thanks to you people who are in the struggle.
Thank you.
Our people are suffering. Our people are suffering. Jojo Boga passing around enjoying yourself. Thank you, man.
Hello. Your name and where you calling from?
Nelson, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Let me say good evening to the panelists and as well to President. My name is Aloysius P. Flomo Jr. and I come in this evening from District 2 in Maghibie County.
Go ahead.
Nelson, you know, some of us, we supported this government like what the previous caller before the last caller said. And when we are hearing these kind of troubling information, news coming out, when it comes to people that are close related to the presidency, the first person in charge of this government, it breaks us down a lot. Look, let me friend here and call spade a spade. If you have the son of the president being alleged, though it is not yet been established, fact-finding of these kind of hinder crimes within our country, and we sit on this platform and try to sugarcoat this, I think it's unjust to the public, and it is total affront. So we are calling on the entire panelists, including the board, the CEO, who is responsible firstly for mental that we are saying, like the previous caller said. Former President Weah is not there. The former finance minister is not there any longer, but we said yesterday in the past that people were there eating money, so people are not eating money again. This is a question we should be asking, and while all this government continue to proceed on this trajectory, some of us, especially from Maghibie, you know that the president or the government is losing totally in Maghibie County. We are following the process. We rain campaign in the sun, under the rain, but things are unfolding, to the detriment of us, the supporters that support the regime, and we will continue to speak on it. Thank you for having me.
That's all you there.
How many more?
Yeah, we have 3 more calls to take. So this is please, wow, make sure you're away from your radio, please. Hello.
Yeah, how you doing, Sandra? How you coming out there?
Okay, it's good to have you. Let's hear you.
This is Samson O'Connor, you from Virginia.
Yeah, go ahead, Sam. No, your line is bad.
I'll take the next call. He's sleeping. When he wake up, we'll get him to ball.
Hello? You are live on the show. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's what I think. Government is losing popularity in Nigeria alone, but because of what they are doing, we voted for them with the expectation of improving this country. But they are doing things that we can't even understand. Okay. So thank you for the show.
Thank you for your input tonight. Hello. All right, so we're left with 2 more calls to take. Hello.
No. And take the international.
And I joined from district number 6.
Okay.
Hello.
Final caller. Go ahead quickly.
Okay, thank you. You know, people should not subscribe. And let me be honest with you, right? Just say remember, Wakad is aware of everything that goes on. And the hierarchy is aware of it. And let me give you broken information. Remember Waterspoon said at the Ministry of Labor, right? The Ministry of Labor, massive corruption going up at the Ministry of Labor. I get information. The Ministry of Labor coming now, massive corruption are going to the Ministry of Labor. I can name the minister name, like who Braff 17,000 go all spoof level administration level. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Well, just let me announce my number. Send me that information if you get it. We'd love to investigate. 609-649-4206. If you have any information about corruption in any ministry, in any agency, send the information to our Spoon Dex. We will investigate fully. We got something coming up from our road fund. We'll discuss that more. Some kind of big corruption issue happening at road fund. We will discuss it more. But if you have anything in any ministry you work at and you want to help us change this country, you have to let us know. When you see something, you got to say something. When you hear something, you got to say something. When you taste something, you got to say something. When you smell something, you got to sneeze out something, because this too will change our country. I'm going to go to the international line and take about 5 or 6 calls. Then we'll wrap this thing up because we got 10 more minutes to go. Your name and where are you joining us from?
My name is Musa Keita, calling from Minnesota.
Musa, talk to us about everything you heard today, your take.
It is unfortunate, but in our side of the world, Liberia, the country is so small that we are somehow connected by friendship or by blood relationship. If you hear rumor about Jojo, I heard that thing almost like before even the president became 6 months in power. The leader that controls Metro City took Jojo in London, they be going up and down, and there's no one can control anything. Even if the Senate writes another report regarding Metro, nothing will happen. You know what it means to be called Junior Ball of a president? It's difficult. So that's why let's get live with it and get over for 2029. I want to change it or to maintain it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take my second call. Your name and where you joining us from?
Good evening, CEO, and good evening to the panelists. My name is Mohammed Fodi, and I call you from Rhode Island, Providence.
Oh, Mohammed, thank you. Talk to us, Mohammed. If you're calling from on the private line, I cannot answer the private number. To whosoever calling on the private line, I'm not going to answer you. Mohammed, talk to us, please.
CEO, thank you very much for the show. I just want to commend you people for the show, for your tireless efforts that you people continue to endure on every day that will come to the scene. But my intake has to do with the government. Is the government really listening? Is the government really listening? I don't think they are listening, because if they are listening to the numerous of complaints and calls that will trigger on a daily basis, I think by this time they will put a house into order. But like the question you are asking, you remember answer. I don't think no one going to answer that question, because definitely the president is aware of what's happening in this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mohammed. Again, let me bring in my brother, your name and where you joining us from.
Johnny, you're from Boston, Massachusetts, Larry Jacobs.
Larry, talk to us, bro.
Yeah, look, Larry Jacobs from Boston. You know, the president is trying his best, but his circle is very dirty. Each and every one of them. And those guys, mainly those from Lofa, they think when the president fails, is he alone. But the whole country fails.
All right, Larry, I'm sorry we're having a delay with you. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hi, my name is Augustine Bele. I'm calling from Fargo.
Augustine, talk to us, my friend.
Yeah, I'm calling from Bismarck, North Dakota.
Welcome to the show. Talk to us.
Yeah, I just want to say something here. It's not about being partisan or not a partisan. Jojo, I was part of a crew that went and dismantled Jojo plane in Lofa County. So when it comes to when people saying that Jojo is part of it, yes, he's part of it. Because when Ellen lost the election, Jojo had to dismantle those things, and I was part of those people that went there to dismantle the machine team. So I don't know where we're going. People want to start
dismantle what machine? What are you talking about?
Dismantle those planes, those drilling machine, those washing machine. I was washing the gravel for the dam with you. I was there.
Yep.
I went there to hire us to go and talk to go and dismantle the machine. I'm telling you for real. So when people coming up to say that
after your father lost the election in 2017.
Okay.
No, go ahead, talk to us.
Yeah, so if people saying that the man is part of it, yes, he's part of it because I was there. I'm God bearing witness. All my crew from Momotown West on the Bourgeois Island, I had a lot of men who were part of that people that went over there to dismantle the machine. So when people come here to say those things, they are not lying.
We want to understand, are you saying JoJo had, I beg your pardon, a great place, are you saying JoJo had a company or mining company? I mean, you just said, that's why I want to give you the chance to be very clear. You say you just battled.
Yes, he had a company. He had a company, a mining company in Weju, in Lopa there, in Weju. So when Eddie lost the election to former President George Weah, so they decided to scrap all those machines. And I was part of the crew that went there, that dismantled those machines. We even sold one of the generators to one guy right on Benson Street who was doing community service quarry. The guy bought one of the machines for us. So when people coming up to say that JoJo is illegal mining, doing nothing, they're not lying, bro. That thing that I was doing early time.
Thank you. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for calling in. Your name and where you joining us from, please.
From Rhode Island. This Kenke from Rhode Island.
Talk to us, my friend.
Yeah, man. Look, man. Joe Walker is very smart. Joe Walker knows very well that there's a big saying that judge not that ye may not be judged. Skelton is looking at Joe Walker as if, Joe Walker came to put us on the right path. But in reality, Joe Walker is saying people have been trying for King time, and they never got rich. He will be the savior of Liberia. Joe Walker can enrich himself and his colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me take this one. Your name and where you're joining us from. Your name and where you're joining us from, please. Your name and where you're joining us from. But James, you called in. Can you answer your name and where you're joining us from? All right, we will come back to you. Your name and where you're joining us from? Can you listen?
My name is Benson Mason, and I join you from Fort Worth, Texas.
Talk to us, my friend.
It's kind of strange that people expect Joe Walker to do anything about his son. If Joe Walker takes his son from the job, his wife here, he has to answer to his beloved wife. Can he explain his wife cry? Look, the thing that bothers me most of all is when people become hypocrites. Like, people don't need hypocrites. We need people to stand up and stand up for what they believe. When I hear people on the platform here saying that, look, Joe trying to give a defense for nepotism, it hurts. It hurts because they are the same people who last government was caught with put downcrying people for nepotism is now supporting nepotism and tribalism. Let us stop that thing. The only way that can move forward is when we are diligently being serious and being earnest to our leaders and our friends. That's why I love you, Senator. I love Dr. Richardson. I love Lindy. No matter how much you got preached for this government to come into power, you still hold their feet to the fire and you tell them when it's wrong. Unless Mama and the other people who get there to be sycophants.
Thank you, my friend. Let me stop you. Mama is not still a fan. We're going to hold you right down. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. We'll take our last call, and the person's name is George. Jude or George? I think it's Jude. Talk to us, my friend. Your name and where you're joining us from.
Stanton, I'm not a judge. I'm Roland Popper from Rhode Island.
Oh, the name coming out as George. I'm sorry. To talk to us, Roland.
That's okay. Thank you for the time. I'll try to be really quick. To buttress your effort, what you guys are doing. Look, Liberia is in a serious mess, and we have to fix it. And to fix it will be very difficult because this system has been there for years. And our people, the poor people, have learned to accept it as normal. That's the only thing they know. So we have to change that. And it's hard. I mean, you got former government officials on that platform. They know they've been beneficiaries of this corrupt and rotten system. As though great laws are passed to enrich the pockets of these people. There's nothing
I bet you, I'm refusing.
You go Liberia, you see that difference. Very poor people and folks riding around in big cars, to show off to them. That's how the system has been. So all of these policies and laws are passed to pocket, to just fill their pockets. to strengthen their wealth. And Joe Barker has just gotten into that same system. To change it, the work is hard, Stanton.
Thank you.
I can see you growing, getting some gray hair.
I got a couple of them right here. If you can see, I got 6. I got it.
There you go.
I got it. So you see, I got dates. I'm trying to plug it on now. It can. I got it already.
But seriously, thanks. My thanks to you. Continue to fight.
Thank you.
It's going to take everybody. The Liberian people have to fight for themselves. These people, the politicians, will never help them.
Again, we appreciate your call in, my friend. Thank you very much. We're going to stop this file. It's 7. I'm sorry if I can get you all, but again, we just got to squeeze in. It's only important for us to make this happen. My dear friend and brother, folks in the radio land, we want to appreciate you for joining Spoon. We said, man, come back again. We are doing everything possible to get Super Network, Super Radio on. You guys make Super Radio. We'll get it on shortly. I want to say again, tomorrow, actually today is Edwin Melvin Snow birthday. I want to wish Edwin Snow a happy birthday. Somebody will say why, because yeah, Edwin Snow, my friend. Ain't no till election time, but I want to wish him happy birthday. Again, I want to say to Dr. Richardson, Uncle Sam, Paul Kennedy, Dr. Bubla is in the house. I know Karis Mostly Gray, Asido, my maid, Gibson Gerald, that of our own sister. The name Mostly Gray call her is what? Is that
Rena.
It's that Honorable Gray. I love that though. You are muted. We're not hearing you.
I said I won't do that because I didn't call her like that.
Okay, well, she took it, and
I'm telling you, negative form that a political economics.
No, I just messing with her. We're going to go ahead and make this happen real quick. Let's talk about Elon Musk in your closing. But listen, though, everything Dr. Boblet, only you, I'm going to ask this question too. The Liberian people getting tired and frustrated, Dr. Boblet. Not one person, or not even 2 persons, defended the government on what we just discussed today. Dr. Boblet.
Now one person is defending the government on what now?
I think we have a little delay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so I'm saying
I didn't understand the question. I didn't understand.
I say everybody that just called, all the callers, man, it's like they either blame me because I asked them to vote for this government, or there's no way they can defend what was discussed today in the government interest. People are mad, people are getting frustrated, and this is just the second year, Dr. Booker.
But you can't defend the indefensible. Look, I've said repeatedly, time and time again, that the government needs to do something bold. Rescue needs reform. You can't rescue or reform. Look, say what you want to say about Donald Trump. You got to respect him that he's bold. Sometimes the system needs to be shocked. Liberia can't pull out of the pit of poverty with just business as usual. You fill all the government positions, they're not really working. There's corruption report every day, but you don't do nothing drastic. So the president needs to do some radical things, fire some people, and make some changes, privatize some things, and let's move the economy forward. Once it starts to happen, people will complain for a minute, but once the economy is gelling, people have jobs and things are moving right, everybody will be happy. But if you don't do that, you do the same old, we keep doing the same thing, we'll get the same result. So for me, I think the government needs to get ahead. I think the government move away from business as usual. But most importantly, I think the government needs to add reform to the rescue effort. Just having an agenda, something that looks good on paper, without actually restructuring, is like using the same mold but expecting something different. A rectangular mold will give you a rectangular brick standard every single time. You want a square brick, you got to get a square mold. And we haven't seen any reform yet. We just see a good intention and a rescue agenda on paper. We need more.
The reform you talk about, Dr. Boplan, thank you very much. Besides suspending corrupt government officials, Dr. Boplan.
Firing, not suspending, firing.
No, I'm agreeing with you. Besides suspending corrupt government officials, there's no reshuffling. Nobody losing, nobody moving here and there. Everybody keeping a position, and we expect a change. If you are not scoring goals, why you keep the same players on the field? That's what
we're saying the same thing.
we have to change the way we do business. We have to change the way we do business. Listen, good people would do bad things in a bad system. A system of impunity or a system that takes forever to address something that can be addressed right away. Good people become bad people when you put in a bad system. Look, those are us who are in Liberia now. We're working in other people's system. We're in America. We're working, and we did the people's work and we did it well. You're sitting there, you do the same thing. So Liberians can be productive. Liberians can be disciplined, and Liberians can follow rules. But you come here, yeah.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's try to wrap this thing up, and I will start with Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, we got the Elon Musk. Let me put it up real quick for the sake of our audience. Don't forget, today actually in Liberia is Armed Forces Day. Armed Forces Day is always February 11. We show respect to our men and women in the military, men and women in arms. We want to say again, bravo to you, the AFL, bravo to you, to all sectors of the security system in our country. We salute you and we wish you well. And also the president on the 13th, I'm hearing that the president will be traveling to Ethiopia on the 13th. Now, I am hearing that President Joseph Yima Boakai on the 13th will be traveling to Ethiopia, where he fly by private jet. Then Donald Trump want to ask where he getting the private jet money from. Dr. Richardson calling for austerity, but now guess what happened? Do we have that funds now where there is no USAID program? Again, that's a big question. We're going to wait to see how the president will leave the country for Ethiopia. Now, the reason why he's going to Ethiopia, we'll discuss that tomorrow. This is Elon Musk today. Among many other things, DOGE today cancel a 17 million project to provide tax policy advice to Liberia. 17 million. Why would anyone think that this is a good use of your taxpayer money? I mean, that's a brilliant question. Let's just run through it real quick. It's only important that we say this because it's all over on social media. We want to discuss this real quick. Uncle Sam, that's your closing, but let's discuss the importance of this cancellation to Liberia.
Well, look, official development assistance is what we call a projection of soft power by rich nations. Okay, and the United States is the largest supporter of official development assistance to the OECD countries, like about 30 plus countries, right? Post-World War II, America needed to pacify and support development, from emergency assistance to development, the Marshall Plan, and then they built the Bretton Woods institutions and all of that to support America's political and economic agenda. It's called soft power. So if you read the literature on aid, just read Dambisa Moyo, if you read the guy from the New York University, White Man's Burden, you will see that aid has not been used to advance the interests of poor people in developing countries. It's been used to project American power through corrupt politicians. And then also that same aid has been used, it is round trip and given to American consultants. The entire aid industry is hundreds of billions of dollars, and Dr. Brooklyn knows about that. You saw during the war, there were about 1,000 NGOs in Liberia. They were all supported by USAID, OECD countries. Every village, every hamlet you went to, you saw people building pit latrines, people doing hand washing. And this is scandalous, right? And they need to reform it. But I think it's unfair to pick out Liberia and put Liberia on the front pages of paper like Liberia is getting some special dispensation and Liberia is involved in this misuse of American aid, right? So that's my position on it. But now let's go back to the current state of the Joe Boakai administration. The fact that President Boakai has suspended or fired at least 10 officials of his government in 12 months indicate that the pool is contaminated. And some young man called Randall used that list to say, Judge, we did not suspend or dismiss people, but in 6 years. But this is what Joe Walker has done in 12 months. Liberian people, does that make any sense? To show that at least 10 people have been dismissed or suspended in this rescue government? That's the tip of the iceberg. You haven't talked about MedTech, you haven't talked about CTN, you haven't talked about Necrotech, you haven't talked about all the other shenanigans that are going on in the Western cluster and all of that. So the tip of the iceberg, 10 to 11 people. Joe Boycott, wake up, Papa, I beg you. Your government is rapidly reinforcing that this is a corrupt government that you're running, and your legacy is at stake. You are 80 plus years old. You need to do something to save your legacy, because you shall go down. You shall go down. You shall go down as a corrupt government if you don't change.
Uncle Sam, thank you. Thank you very much. We'll do our closing, guys. Let's run through this Elon Musk stuff real quick. Dr. Richardson is right there. 17. You think the government with all these USAID program, over 40,000 USAID workers in the country, millions of dollars. You talk about fisheries, you talk about agriculture. We're going to have Dr. Nutat on the show tomorrow. You talk about the Verimo Ali, Labrador Water and Soil Corporation, and all these people there. And you know, USAID shut them down. Now, Elon Musk said, no, it's not only that we're going to take the 17 on the advisory role from you guys as well. Talk to me, Dr. Richardson. We are working on a very serious, it's not only Labrador though. So talk to me, Mama.
Senator, recently the president was making a remark, and I'm going to paraphrase, where he was speaking to Liberians that are in the diaspora and saying, if you're just sitting there and not coming home to develop your country, and you think you're living your best life, I'm just paraphrasing.
Let me play it. It will be fair to play.
Sitting down conveniently in the state or somewhere enjoying, you think you're enjoying life. I got a message for you. Donald Trump is dead. If you don't come back to build a country for yourself, it's your business. For us, we have decided this is our country. And this is what we're going to do. We want to leave this country. When we leave it better than we met it. And that's what we're going to do.
I wanted to keep that, but thank you for bringing it up. And that's a whole another conversation. I'm making folks so angry here in America and so angry back home as well. What the president means is he's supporting the deportation of thousands of Liberians. Dr. Richardson.
Yes, and you're right. It is a whole other conversation, but I was just trying to include it in my thoughts about Elon Musk's cutting off $17 million. I'm trying to say that we are all in this together. The president did not show empathy when he was talking about people in the diaspora, as if we are just sitting down here, we are not contributing to our home, and he got news for us. What Elon Musk did today shows that Liberia will be affected whether we go there or not. They are taking 17 million away from aid that went to restructuring the tax policy. That's what Elon Musk is saying. He is now head of the Department of Government Efficiency, a new department that was sort of put together during this era. The president did not show empathy, and that's what I wanted to say. I think that there should be a wake-up call for all of us to say that we're not going to tease each other. We're not going to joke when it comes to whether we sit in America or not. We will contribute to our country, and we'll contribute in our weak and strong ways. I think that when America says that they're going to, take away 17 million, in this era, in this global politics, some can say maybe they're acting fairly. They are protecting their country. We need to learn from that as Liberians. Maybe we need to start being more protective of our country. So some can argue that. On the other hand, another person can argue, and which I like to argue, I'm more leaning towards that way. If America wants to be fair, why were they not fair when they negotiated the Firestone contract? They were not fair to us. Were they fair when they did the Omega contract? Were they fair when they did other contracts that they were involved with? So that's a question to be asked. Of course, why now? Because they want to be fair to their country, or they want to protect their country. Why didn't they protect their country during those times? And that's what I have to add. Thank you.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. I'm going to bring you on, Mame.
What were the questions, Stenson? Sorry,
we are talking about the Elon Musk $17 million.
Oh,
go back.
This is what I took from Elon Musk's action and the whole thing around government efficiency. It's something that I support. Government must be efficient. Sometimes the boundaries at which it goes, it pins you as a person. But can the current government, leaders in the current government, learn something from Elon Musk's action? Elon Musk is being bold, is being clear with what he wants to achieve. Regardless of who is involved, once he believes he's doing the right thing, he goes about doing it. He has a business in Liberia. He said, this is the right thing to do. That's what he believes. I have a business in this country. Now, you see, he singled out Liberia. It's not one country that has that program. It's not one country. And he said, amongst many other, he identified Liberia. If you read his post. So he singled out Liberia, probably I will assume, because that he's interacted with somebody from Liberia. He has a business there. It's a small country. So he said, let me pinpoint them up. The lesson there is leaders need to be clear, leaders need to be bold, leaders need to be decisive. I give you an example. And Elon could call and say, yes, I got business there, but this one I don't think is right. So that's why I'm doing it this way. But it doesn't have anything to do with my business, right? So for example, let's go to the issue about the guy to Ministry of Commerce, the Inspector General, engaged into academic fraud, falsified documents, and nobody can take action against him. I think what the president should have done was, okay, he's from NIMA. NIMA supported me. I understand the political economy related to that. Tell the people at NIMA, send me another qualified Nimbayans. I will replace this man with that person, but I will be sending a message that we don't want this kind of thing in our government. The NIMA people will not get angry. If it is the issue about taking NIMA job from a NIMA man, send me another Nimbayan who is qualified, competent. I will give them the job, but I will remove this, your son, because the way he proceeded is not well. That's not what we want. Bold, clear, and decisive is what we need. That takes some good lessons from Elon's action on the things he's doing. Let our leaders be clear on where they stand on issues. You can't be in the middle all the time. You have to be clear. Cutting waste in government, you have to be clear, Mr. President. Why are you spending 95 or 195,000 to run a video, extend an office? It's wrong. Don't do it. I will not tolerate that. Those are the type of bold, clear decisions we need from the president to be able to address the challenges that we face. We can learn a whole lot from Elon's action, even as we feel the pain from the actions he's taking against us.
Thank you very much, Mame. Paul Kennedy.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Elon's cancellation or recall of the 17 million from the tax policy advisory program on a usage was a particular line that I read. Affects Liberia, but more or less affects those Americans who are supposed to have come to Liberia to work. Let me emphasize this. That money was going to be spent on consultancy for tax policy advisory. Then that money that was added to the Liberian government budget, budgetary support, or that money that was given to the Ministry of Health or Ministry of Agriculture. This particular 17 million we're talking about here was under a program that's supposed to quote unquote, provide capacity on tax policy advisory. Whether they were going to create programs that sat in the Ministry of Finance to provide advisory for, financial tax regulation and whatever going to be at the airport, nobody knows the description of the program. So what Elon is saying is, listen, there are too many loopholes on where our money is going, and we really can't see the impact that the money is being spent on. So what we are going to do, we're going to really take some austerity measures, I'm using Dr. Francine language now, into making sure that our money are just not drop around. So the first thing, we're going to review some of these programs. Why should we be advising Liberia on tax policy? Liberia tax is, more from their own context. You can't be trying to advise them on a tax framework that is established to benefit our people. So I don't really think that money is beneficiary going to consultants to provide tax policy advancement for Liberia. So I'm cutting that money off. Now, does that affect Liberia somehow? Yes, of course. Any money that is withheld from coming to your country somehow affects your country. But I will not lose sleep over Elon Musk holding 17 million that were more or less going to go back to American citizens and more American companies that have the capacity to do the tax advisory. Not very many Liberian companies will have gotten award in such advisory position to be given the money. First of all, some of those money, to even apply for it to get it, you must be an American tax-paying company. It's just a way that American government has been creating jobs for the people overseas. So my people in Liberia, we should not lose our sleep over the whole tax thing. Let Elon Musk then take that money. And like Mommy said, I would do the same if I were Elon Musk. Why should I be spending money that's just going all around the world to other countries, right? And these people are fiscal conservatives. They try to keep money for themselves. That's what they are doing. So they are trying to reduce money being spent so that they can keep more money in their country to benefit the American people. That's all they're doing. You don't get very with them. You start corrupting your own country and keep your money there for yourself.
Thank you very much. There's a lot of takeaway from this, guys. We have to end the show. We're going to run into our closing. It's 7:21. I want to say this, that maybe President Barker will call Elon Musk because he did before. You remember this? We got a video. We got a picture. He spoke to Elon Musk, but Starlink. That was a great conversation, by the way. So I'm hoping and I'm praying that the president can ring Elon Musk out. He has his number, and ask him to reconsider some of the usage take away from Liberia. Everybody saw this. It was a wonderful time that the president spent with Elon Musk. And as you can see, again and again, probably he placing a phone call to Elon Musk as we speak. We have the video, but maybe we'll play the video tomorrow. Dr. Bople, I know you already spoke on this issue. Dr. Bople is always straight up with the conversation. I'd like for us to close. And in our closing, sorry, we cannot continue with the Elon Musk conversation. In your closing, you can speak to it. But I want to bring up something that was said today that's all around on social media by Josh Bassey. Josh Bassey.
I didn't speak on Elon Musk, though. I didn't.
Yeah, that's why I said we'll come to you. We'll do that in your closing because we running out of time. But Josh Bassey, Yemin Bassey, gave his own stuff today. Man, read this thing as to which side he's on. I really thought we're going to have the time to discuss this. And Uncle Sam left. I hope he can come back. Have you read this? Which side Josh Bassey is on? I really want you guys to understand that this thing is shifting. I don't think he's on the tomorrow. Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow, Dr. Bople. You're right. We will. But I just encourage everyone to read it, and we'll get into it tomorrow. We missed out on the LDC conversation today. Don't forget the energy setup. We will discuss it. We want to say it was a great show. My brother Dwalu is in the back. Maybe we'll bring him on if we don't run out of time. But Dwalu, people have been asking, where is Dwalu? Where is Dwalu? Dwalu is here hustling. So we hope that Dwalu can join us early tomorrow, that he can give us update on the great initiative. All right, Dr. Boblak, can you go ahead? Let's close the show and we'll start with you.
So my closing is on Elon Musk. Listen, what seems like an obstacle is a great opportunity for Liberia. He took $17 million away. The USAID project shares about $150 million. My daughter gave up $30,000, took a pay cut so she can come and work on the continent. Liberia was added to her profile. And she was only with USAID 2 months, and Mr. Trump withdrew everything. She's blessed. She's in the U.S. She's well qualified, very educated, get another job. I ran into 2 of my Liberian friends here. They're not as fortunate. They're on ground. The money's gone. But here's what I want to say. This is a great opportunity for Liberia to show character. If you take $17 million, you add it to the $150 million, standard that's $167 million. You can take $167 million from the revenue envelope that keeps bulging, and you can put that money right here and put Liberians to work and replace that money, and you don't have to worry about Elon Musk. We need to show our character now by making sacrifices. The president of Ghana has 4 cars and 6 motorbikes in his convoy. Look at ours. Look at the wastage. Look at our salary. Come on. We right here can make some adjustments, cut and manage our own stuff, and show that we have character, like the Guineans did when they were ready to put them out. We are not putting the Americans out, but we should stop acting like we're people who are so dependent. If the people see us so wasteful, so extravagant, and so bushy, running our government in a way that it doesn't need to be run, why should they keep giving us aid money? We got money. Let's use our money. Let's use our resources. And when people come here, we call the shot. So when people do bad deals, like Dr. Richardson was talking about rightfully, it's not them, it's us. Because we run our country and we sign on the papers and we make those deals. So let's use this as a turning point. America took their money, fine. Liberia got her own money. We'll handle our business and we will not die here. It's a turning point for the government to say enough is enough. We have to sacrifice. We have to make cuts and we have to be frugal and use our tax dollars to support Liberian initiatives. It's a great opportunity.
Much. Thank you, Dr. Beauclerk. Let me bring you Honorable Gray. Honorable Gray, can you close?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I'm running out of power. But basically, you know, when we speak, they say we are opposition. But when a government provides itself to the opposition for political consumption, who am I? My duty and function is to consume that government. I think the Unity Party is a kind of a consumptious meal politically for consumption, with all of the errors, with all of the defaults. Dr. Popular struck very important points. I wish President Boyka would appointed you as some special advisor and listen to you in terms of some of the options that government could take. $17 million cut. I want to say to Paul Kennedy that just by the pronouncement of the executive order, USAID asks its workers in Liberia not to go to work for the next 3 months. Whether they will be paid or not, I don't know. So the fact of the matter is this. It means that Liberians are out of jobs. 3 months. You know how many Liberians, how do they take care of their families and friends? So yes, it will affect our country. It's a substantial amount. Now, a government who has come to rescue has to find a means. For me, there is a positive side I want to see. That as a country and as national leaders, we got to find a way out and stop depending on foreign aids. We got to stop. We got to revisit some of our laws. We got to look at some of the concession agreements. We got to add value to our raw products, creating more manufacturing industries, etc. Imagine that Liberia, for me, is the only West African country that is the land of return, because Americans, ex-slaves, returned to Liberia. Ghana stole that from us. They stole that from us. What are we doing? And that struck a very important point. Dr. Francine says something very important. When the president makes a demeaning and damaging statement towards Liberians who have sacrificed their time and energy, to this country. In fact, I remember when he was vice president, Liberians in America invited him on the dual nationality bill, but he didn't submit it. It took us to present that. And that's one of the things he had boasted of, dual nationality bill, that inter-Igbo Liberian in the diaspora supported the administration a whole lot. For a certain head of state to make a diminished statement about Liberians and even threatening and mocking them about Trump's action against them, it shows maximum insensitivity to the welfare and well-being of your citizens. When a country is in such a situation, their health challenges, their economic challenges, their educational challenges, you know, those people are not just going to pack up and come and sit in Liberia with 4 jobs. They don't feel comfortable. There's no alternative. Just in case when people are deported or people are sent back home, there's no alternative by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They're talking about begging the American government while other countries are finding alternatives. Okay? They need a recast budget. It's not a choice, it's a must. They need to cut down on waste in government. Not only cutting down on waste in government, but they need to be more creative. People don't have to sit and, look, take for example, we just talk about MedTech. It's not open secret. Someone just go on the show here and said the president was involved into the mineral industry. He gave him first-hand information. Okay? So when you come to rescue people, it means the country was in an endangered state or an animal that is in danger. And when you're going to rescue people, you all have seen rescue missions. This is how we rescue the country. So, Dr. Boble, I will advise. I know some of you people support the administration. I don't want you responsible for supporting any administration or any government. Okay, once the government default, you can make a change and get critical on that administration. You can demand from them the results of your votes. That, I keep saying that for democratic citizens. But realistically speaking, the Elimox, Mame said something. He said the guy has a business in Liberia is not the only place in Sierra Leone. He has a business in Sierra Leone. He said among other things, he didn't say other countries. He said among other things, they've concealed $17 million that has to do with tax policy issues for Liberia. He specified Liberia. So a presupposes politically, let me tell you my political mind what it says. It says that you say have been contributing a lot to Liberia, maybe than any other African country. I may be wrong. So they look for those kind of a country. Why a huge amount of money? That is Democrat and Republican politics we're talking about yet. Why does that huge amount of money keep going to Liberia? And we're not
Thank you very much, Honorable Gray.
So they want to check into it. It's very important. But again, the government has to get creative. The government has to get, like you say, got to get sincere. Okay, Alain Dumami talking about sincerity in government is very important for the final march of the country. But do I believe that this administration can perform the magic? No. A bunch of old corrupt people from 12 years are back in power. Nothing good they can do. It's an error. That's the greatest calamity that you guys have brought upon this country, and we hope we can resolve it after a few years from now. But our country is retrogressing rapidly. Thank you very much.
Honorable Moses Akarazgre, thank you very much for today. We can announce that tomorrow we have Alexander Nutter of the Agriculture Ministry.
Let me just say happy birthday to my friend Snow. He invited me today to go to his place, so I don't know. Maybe someone, Dr. Francis, you can join me if he didn't invite you.
All right, thank you. We'll send a shout out to him. I want to bring in Isaac Doe. Man, for the long time, we're saying that Dwalo is back. Thank you very much, Honorable Gray. Dr. Bopla, I know you got to go. You close already, right? Thank you, Dr. Bopla.
I need to talk to you. I need to talk to you, Dr. Bopla. I'll call you.
We look forward to seeing you tomorrow, Dr. Bopla. Thank you very much. Paul Kennedy, did you
close? Good to see you, my man.
Paul, did you close?
No, I can close now.
Okay, just wait 1 minute. Let me bring in Isaac Joe. Then you can then we'll come to you. Isaac, can you close, please?
Yes, this is closing the 70 million Elimox stuff will, be my last to speak on, but few things to close on today. One, the hot pursuit of war crimes caught in Liberia doesn't seem to exist anymore. The people may not know why, but I do. Prince Johnson is dead now. Nobody seems to be talking about war crimes code anymore. The people of Nimba will see through all of this. We will continue to remind this government that war crimes code must be a reality. While it is true many others spoke about it, this government was relentless in its effort to ensure we have war crimes court. They said it was not because of Prince Johnson, but from the day Prince Johnson died, war crimes court doesn't seem to be anything major anymore. Nobody seems to talk about it anyway. But we will continue to remind the people of Nimba that Prince Johnson is dead. War crimes court seems to die as well. The second one is auditing the national legislature does not seem to be a discussion to consider any longer. People may not know, but I do. President Boakai has installed his second speaker. So auditing the national legislature is a thing of the past. Before, it was a hot topic. We were discussing it. It was everywhere. But since President Boakai installed speaker number 2, that does not seem to be anywhere close to being a priority at all. We have to always think about it. Where is asset recovery from the quote-unquote stolen wealth from the UNIPAS government? Asset recovery doesn't seem to be on a mission no more. I think that has died. Charlotte Musu, the late Charlotte Musu, the little child that was killed at the home of former Justice Minister Moses Scott. After all, it does seem she does not have a killer. Like nobody kills her any longer. Where is Jerome Verdier? Jerome Verdier has some very strong and powerful evidence. Are those evidence now gone? It don't exist no more? I thought Charlotte Musu was being killed by someone. Who is that person? Is the government not interested at all in finding the person that actually killed that little girl? No. Her baby is gone. Her family crash is dead. And that's it. I think it's bad. And lastly, we want to send out this challenge. We challenge President Joseph Boakai. We challenge Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn. We challenge the entire Unity Party. We challenge Grispe, Minister Gafuan, to bring to the public when last their government paid LEC bill to CIE. We stated this on our opening. We want to restate it. The factual reason why CIE cut off or reduced the power supply to Liberia is the failure of this government to pay their bill. And the government has not paid a dime, at least as of December. All of the lies you were hearing, oh, CDC left, be or dead, the government paying it, is a lie. And we challenge Joseph Boakai, we challenge Jeremiah Kuhn, the entire Unity Party, to bring to us the last time they ever paid a bill to CIE. And on the issue, the same like Stanton said, we'll talk about it tomorrow. We wanted to state that indeed Liberia did sell power to LEG in the Ivory Coast. We will prove that. Stanton has sent you all of the evidences, the documents, the ones that brought in cost reduction. And let me end on Elon Musk quick in 1 second. Or on Elon Musk, it will affect Liberia. Of course, anything that takes away funding. Personally, I do have not a good side with this whole USAID thing. I really want to know, besides bringing in money, what has the country benefited from that? I have interacted with a few folks from USAID. I know what they told me, but the truth is, America too wants to see exactly the impact of their dollars in our country. You can't just be bringing money here and there. Rescue Unity Party people, we beg you, stop insulting Queen Johnson.
Thank you very much. I said we got to go. We will discuss Queen Johnson tomorrow. We want to say thank you very much. We will discuss Queen Johnson. She and myself in conversation. She will appear to speak for herself. But guys, we will also discuss this thing tomorrow on Summit 12 NJP back to Ivory Coast.
We supply electricity to Cote d'Ivoire through the CLSG line. Yeah, Cote d'Ivoire buy electricity from Cote d'Ivoire, yeah? But when the RICA is so that they go low, we also we sell it to them. Amen. So all they do is talk about job. The electricity problem was the president of that college.
So we discussed it more. I don't understand that. We paid them, we supply electricity to them. We discussed it more, but that was way above the cup, and I want to hold my peace because the Lord will fight my battle. Paul Kennedy.
Let the Lord fight a battle, my man. Don't worry. But you know, it was a good show, and I again will extend my heartfelt condolences to the families of the EPS officers. But we leave with the you know the conversation that if people are dying in the within that appointment in that same area, there's a need to investigate why people are dying, especially when one of them have been declared so far on the death certificate that the cause of death, there's not a lot of information to establish the cause of death, right? So, you know, are they dying from public health concerns? Are they dying from exposure to some kind of toxin? Are they dying from some violent act that is, you know, being infringed upon them? All those questions come to mind. If 2-3 persons die within 2-month period in the same working area, there's a need for government to, you know, to investigate. The MedTech issue is a long haul call. We heard that on day one, MedTech will be out of the window soon as the rescue government appears. It is day 450 now because 1 year came and gone. We're counting, but MedTech is still around. In fact, nobody talks about it anymore. MedTech was not good then. MedTech is still not good now. We are asking our government to review the MedTech contract, and not only MedTech. I'm also extending it to Western Cluster. You know, review their contract. Of course, I'm hearing that Western Cluster does not even have a MDA. It has an MOU. Can you all review it and make sure that it is doing justice to the Liberian people? I mean, it only makes sense to do that. The allegation and speculation about the president's son involvement in a whole lot of Tabata, you know, the president's son is a very young man. I don't know him personally. I think I met with him on 1 or 2 occasions when he had a cigar bar on 9th Street. I used to go there to smoke cigar. That's all I know him from, and I can't say much of him. But if he's actually involved in some of the news that's going around, as a young man, he needs to take a step back to draw a line where he can be in the position of protecting his father to succeed versus allowing the kebab and the cartel to control him. You know, it's not in his interest. He has a very big future ahead of him, and he can do a lot of it. You know, finally with MedTech, with Elon Musk, Elon Musk is just doing what Elon Musk and Donald Trump decided they're going to do. They can't do that nonsense with Rwanda. Rwanda is strong, solid, moving forward. There's not many countries that are worried about the U.S. government withdrawing their support. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm concerned because that withdrawal is coming abruptly. And except you are a very strong country, it's going to affect you one way or the other. But it should not be something that we should go to bed and be crying on. Let's begin to review how we can cut spending in our own country. We got money running around there that we are misapplying, misappropriating, and not using right. Somebody asking for $195,000 to paint their office building or to renovate their office, whatever that word is. You don't get in that $195,000. You get that man $10,000 or even $5,000 laying face office. The remaining money you move it, you put medicine and equipment in JFK. You pay some of the people. There was 81 person were crying that they have not gotten paid. We need to make sure that those people get paid. Instead of just people leave, there's a breach in Bopolu district that is killing people. That breach had money that went to the budget to Bopolu, to Bapolu County. Up till now, they have not rehabilitated the breach. People have died.
Let me follow up the conversation more.
Talk about that breach and ask the government, the local government, why are they not fixing that breach? and why
Thank
is
you,
it
Paul.
affecting people? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. I hope we can make that part of the conversation. I have Councillor Jerome Verdell on the phone. He want to respond to issue that was raised on his name tonight. Councillor, welcome to the show. Then Conor Gray will speak. Then we'll go to Mr. Duarte, who will take us home. That Richardson, you spoke, right? No? Okay, we'll come to you, ma'am. Councillor, welcome to the show. Councillor Jerome, how are you, sir?
I'm doing fine, Stanton, and thank you very much. And I'd like to laud you for continuing the program and to appreciate every member of the panel. But I'm calling specifically to address Mr. Isaac Doe. I think he thinks that if he plays with my name, I earn him something. But just a little education. He spoke of my name and he mentioned Shadow Musu. I am not the institution that prosecutes crime. I am a private citizen. I provided information. And I followed the trial of Laura Musu's cat, and there's valid reasons why she was exonerated, because she didn't commit the crime. He should be asking for validity if he's interested in resolving that crime. I'm not the police. I'm not the security agency that that prosecutes crime. I contributed to law and order in our country by providing information. So if he has nothing to say, he should excuse my name. If he has nothing to contribute on this show, but just to speak about his CDC, that's his business. If he's a die-hard CDC, he can prove it to them, but he should excuse my name. I have nothing to do with him, and he has nothing to do with me. I think this is the second time he has done it, and so I thought to call now. This one is to put some sense into his head, that criminal justice is an establishment, and there are institutions that are responsible. Let him follow up his petition to the criminal justice system and tell them want to know who killed Shadow Musu. Jerome Verdell is still around. He provided evidence publicly, and let him tell them to do the investigation. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you to everybody on the show for hearing me out.
Thank you very much, sir. It's always good having you, and have a good evening. Thanks.
Thank you.
Dr. Buple, I'm sorry, Dr. Richardson, then Conor Gray, and Duarte will be lives.
Okay, I want to start off by how I started off the show. I spoke about the LTMI, Liberia Traffic Management Inc., and also the contract with John Yabuti and the relationship that they have with the Ministry of Transportation. A few years ago, the Liberia Ministry of Transportation gave John Yabuti a contract that has been going on for more than 9 years now. It didn't start in this government. I believe started in the last government or even the government before. And we are having this conversation because recently a new company, the Liberian Traffic Management Inc., came to Liberia and were operating, and Mr. Yabuti took the Liberian government to court saying that he had all rights to produce license plates, process registration forms, and also to, among other things, to open motor vehicle offices in Monrovia. The issue here for me is that I want to encourage our lawmakers to go back and review the law. I think that in such situation, competition is good. Having a company for over 9 years and not seeing results doesn't make any sense in terms of the traffic flow in our country, or maybe the traffic rules in our country. So I'm just asking the lawmaker to increase the competition when it comes to managing our traffic flow in the country. They should look at the contract with John Yabuti, and they should also perhaps shut it down or open it up for another company like LTMI. So that's what I wanted to say. I think Mr. Kennedy said it all about the health concerns. Anytime you have people dying, even if you know the cause or you don't know the cause of why they're dying, it's important that our health officials take a look at that because it could provide answers, and it could be a public health concern. So I'm happy that you spoke about that. Lastly, I want to just speak about what is happening in Liberia right now in the geopolitics of the world. We know that money, like you say, and 17 million to go to the tax structure have been canceled by this administration where I live, Donald Trump administration. And it should be a clarion call to Liberians. We are appropriating money in ways that are not developmental oriented for our country. For example, we are giving money to MedTech that we've seen here today, even though September of 2024, the contract asked that the executive branch should go and get consult from the Attorney General to review the contract all over again to make sure that MedTech is playing its fair share and to make sure that Liberia is getting money from MedTech. And nothing has happened since then. So if we stop doing these things, like giving a contract to MedTech, like, giving salaries to people that just isn't adding up to the job that they're doing, their responsibility, their worth as what they're doing. We should stop doing all of those things. Maybe that will help. Our country, we have always said, is rich. We are beautiful in terms of tourism. We can beef up tourism in our country and make money from tourism. We are beautiful in terms of gold. And we know historically iron ore. I'm a child of an iron ore company. It was a beautiful place that I grew up in. We didn't even have electricity cut off. We have water flowing all the time. How was that possible? How was that possible? And so we got beautiful minerals in our country that we need to start looking in and reviewing those contracts and make sure that everything works for the best interest for all Liberians, not just a certain group of Liberians. And that's how I like to end my comment today. So thank you everybody for joining the show. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. We're going to hear from the retired Colonel Ed Reverend Gray.
Stanton, thanks, Sarah, for coming in late, but as always, better late than never. Today's Monday. My daily bread, Mondays, takes a toll on it. So I have to work so that I can have limited time to, to work during the course of the week. But, Liberia were a very peculiar people or place. We had a former president who could not say a word. We refer to him as Bobo. A lot of times we have a way of making our leaders just afraid to even comment on national issues because their words probably carry a lot of weight. So whenever they say something, people will have a way of taking those words for something else. But one of the last time President Boakai spoke was, when we asked for clarity, when he was saying people thought he said, if you want to steal money, and then he paused, and then he said, spend it right here. So in other words, they took his words out of context again, and only God knows what he meant then. There was no clarity. It says if you sit there and don't want to develop your country, there's Donald Trump. So that again, in my opinion, there's always a reason that people should find to develop their own country, because you cannot be deported from there. I could look at it positively. The Ghanaian diaspora, especially those residing in the United States, they actually develop their land and start attracting people, that traffic into their own land. I've met people who, among the Liberian community, who say, I think I would just die here, but I'm not going to that Liberia there. That sort of mentality, I could say that's what the president is speaking towards. Don't have that mentality that you only live to develop other people's land, ignoring yours. I could take it that way. We can argue, for semantics, you say I'm wrong. But a lot of times presidents speak and people think they will take a cliche out of the many statements made by that president, and then will run away in different direction with it. So those who are intimidated, like of the former president, will not speak. So what a man doesn't say, you won't hold him accountable for it. But I think there was goodwill when Ambassador Boyka made that statement. Don't ignore your own. It will always be your own. You cannot be deported from Liberia. Always think about coming back to develop your land, like our Ghanaian counterparts have made. I don't know if he was insensitive to the plight of Liberians living in the Trump era. No one, of course, some of us who reside there will know exactly who the current president of the United States is. But most of our folks, you know, they're taking this out of context, and I hear people saying, oh, send them back. You know, a lot of times if you ask me, those are the ones that are saying they are being sensitive or insensitive. But I'll take the president's statement as word of caution that don't forget your own. Always come back, leave something here. In case anything goes wrong, at least you have a space here. That's how I see it. I could be wrong. But let's go back to, since the death of Gamal Abdel Nasser, the Egyptian president, of course, who lost his life. I'm going back to before the 80s, probably 1978. USAID contribution to Egypt exceed $83 billion. If you add all the noise we're making from PL 480, $400 million, you add everything. If you were able to come up with $4 billion for Liberia, you're lucky. You know, so why am I saying this? The United States will think about your country when they have strategic, vital interests that will postulate their foreign policy. Liberia since Second World War, the Billows are airstrip, they were prosecuting a war. They just came recently and closed down, you know, their towers over there at VOA. I don't think they have strategic interests, much like recently when they start prosecuting war along the Gulf of Guinea, where Liberian troops were sent to Mali and others. But that's the military part. I will not talk about it. Well, even if you add all of those strategic vital interests, we're not even 1/3 of what the United States sent over to Egypt. But every time you have foreign currency in your country, it helps to strengthen the economy. I mean, the former regime would tell you when UNMIL pulled out, and the United States was who sponsored UNMIL from the get-go. The very first money that came from UNMIL to mine our peace, it was the US. And I can tell you the figure, large amount of money. But we're not happy that you said it's going. But I also believe that the fact that Elon Musk, one of the cardinal centers of this regime, who specifically sought Liberia, there is a special interest in Liberia for him. 70 million sound plenty, but Elon probably intend to invest in Liberia more than that. So I'll look at it positively as well. I will not say all is lost. It might be taken away from USAID. And with regards to management, hey, look, when the post send their aid, since the 1980s, they've always sent people to manage those aid because they know corrupt politicians will put that in their pocket. The cost of overhead for running those kinds of initiatives, maybe that's why we're counting.
30 seconds, Mr. Gray. 30 seconds, please.
We're not looking at the overall good. The fact that somebody sent money in your country and that money circulate within the economy, that's the good. If you want to go look at the management portion of what our people, we have not managed our own purse adequately. So regardless of who pulls money, who sends money, we have to firstly address that issue of managing our asset effectively. Thank you.
Let's go to Isaac Do, and then Dwala would be.
No, Isaac finished, Matana. Isaac finished.
Oh, Isaac finished. Sorry.
So, Dr. Francine, thank you so much. It's been a while. I miss you guys.
No, miss you
Gray,
too.
Mr. Kennedy, my brother Doe, Colette, extensive man.
A good word, Dwala.
To our Liberian people, I've been training. I'll be trying to pop in as much as I can. But I came specifically tonight to thank the Liberian people for reposing such trust in me. I've been baffled over the last week. We launched already, and I just came to give them an update. We've launched, and the money is coming in like the people want something to be done in Liberia. And I'm going to segue of Colonel Gray for a second. He spoke about the Ghanaians and the diaspora. We will raise the $25 million. In fact, within 1 week, we had almost over 70,000 coming, like it was going out of style. If people knew how to properly use the Zelle, we have to return over $43,000 so far to make sure it's done right. But we are processing. We will get to them. We are processing the certificate. In fact, today, just an update. I mean, I sent out over 50 certificates today. The money is coming in fast. We will raise the $25 million, and we are going to build a Liberian Diaspora Corporation. I have no doubt of this. I understand people will say, oh, this cannot be done. I'm sick and tired of people saying the Ghanaians stole from the Ghanaians. They absolutely nothing. Everything the Ghanaians have done, we allow it to happen. Liberia has to take a proper place. And the reason why I came on the show tonight to let you guys know that if we don't take proper hold, I think it was Ezra Pong. This is what he said. And I posted that to my Facebook page today. When a slave waits for somebody to come and free him. We have been slaves for almost 200 years. Nobody wants to take control of anything in the country. We have to change this from the diaspora. We have launched. We will come to you. We will come to your communities. We will go to your cities. We'll go to Norway. We'll go to Australia. And we will raise this $25 million. We will find Liberia's best and brightest minds. We will build a corporation here in America. And I want you guys to visit the website. I've been posting the website. Anybody can visit the website. You can go on the website. You can pay on the website. You can do whatever you want. All the avenues are there for you to pay. We must raise this money so we can change Liberia's story in our lifetime. Every single time, I understand. You say, oh, this government is there. The government is not going to change until her sons make a calculated decision to form some form of structure, and we can come to the country and create jobs in Barclayville through the corporation. If you went to the state of Massachusetts website right now, to the Secretary of State, you type in the Liberian Diaspora Corporation, it's going to pop up. I've been posting it. The website is www.liberiandiasporaequityfund.com. All one word. Don't put no space in between. You can call me. The number is also posted here. I've been posting it all night. 774-578-1963. We have to change something. The talking has not helped. It is okay to send your brother back home $100 to help him out. But it's better if you give him a $300 a month job in Barclayville. This is something that is extremely doable. We have to raise this money. The $25 million will be raised. To everybody who's been walking in the snow, I don't want to call them. They will call me. In fact, today I was at work. This lady, she and her husband, they went in the snow. They sent $2,000. Said, Mr. Dwalu, we want 20 shares. And I had another couple, old lady. She must have been like 75 years old. She forced her grandson to take her to the bank and send me $1,500. Like I said, the money is coming in from across the country, from across the globe. And I can't thank you guys so much. I was very, very skeptical that Liberian would buy, but you have trusted me. We will be transparent. We are continuing to update on the website. If you went there right now, as we're raising the money, we're making it live so everybody can see what we are raising. The target is $25 million. We will raise this money over the next 12 months. I'm doing preparation to quit my job because I have to do this full time. Because if we are going to set Liberia right, it cannot be set just entirely to the government. The government, look, we all understand what our government is. We can have all the disconnect about the government. I'm sick and tired of my country continuing to fail, and all we do is just play blames and fingers, and Secretary P is dying. Ban is dying, Buchanan is dying, Kakata is dying, and we sit in this country. We make over $20 billion a year with a B. Liberians in the diaspora, we make over $20 billion a year, and we do nothing back home. And I just came on the show today to say, thank you, plenty of Liberian people. There will be skeptics out there say, oh, they want a fraud, they want what happened. Good for you. Whatever you want to say. Like I said, it's registered with the state of Massachusetts, the federal government. All the documents are posted to the website. The reportings will be done here in America. Anybody wants to see anything, we will post that. But we got to start from somewhere. The Ghanaians did not perform any magic. They did it, and they organized better. Now they are eating our lunch. But all we continue to do is, oh, I'm too scared. They won't happen. They won't happen. If you're scared, that's fine. You can wait. Maybe later on you can buy the share at a higher price. But we will say to you guys, please join this effort. The Liberian Diaspora Corporation must be birthed so we can come to the country and take over commerce. I'm sick and tired of foreigners controlling the Liberian economy. We must control this place, or else we just need to shut up because we are not doing anything. I will continue to come once in a while, Dr. Francine. I thank you guys so much tonight. To the audience, my brother Kennedy, Colette, it's been a minute. And guys, we will continue to talk. Go to the website. I've been posting it. I'm going to post it right now again so everybody can pick it up. Those of you guys are asking, what is this? What is this? This is a website. Just post it, pick it up, and Google, check out the site. Any question, call me. I will answer you. I'll be going to several platforms across the country, across the Liberian diaspora to promote this message. I have no inkling. Somebody can say it's fraud. That's fine. I understand this, but I have no intent of whatsoever. There will be a board of directors set up. There will be everything set up to make sure this is tracked. We will find Liberia best and brightest minds to be on this board, to set up the governance structure so we can build something from the diaspora to infuse some change into the country that is going to work not just for us here, but especially for our people back home. So Bapuru City cannot look like a dumb, and we continue to say we went to school, we know book, we know nothing if we build nothing. Once again, man, it was such a pleasure as always, guys.
Thank you, Dwalu. Please reach out to Dwalu if you have any further questions, okay? Guys, I want to just thank everyone. I think we're all closed. I will turn the show over to Nelson, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Have a good night. Dwalu, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
Thank you, John. Doc.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks as well to you, Colonel Gray. And I want to say thanks to all of our people across the world for joining us tonight. It's been a great show. Thanks to our people across Radio Land joining us always on our different social media handles. We appreciate you. Thanks to the folks joining us on Fabric Radio 101.1. Spoon FM 107.5. We appreciate you. Many thanks to our affiliate radio stations that are always relaying the program, making sure that Liberians can get the information in real time. Thanks to Trust FM in Bowman County, Premier FM in Bong. Thanks to Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalaman in Seclipia, Nimba County. Many thanks to Gibi FM right next to Kakatama, Gibi County. We appreciate you for relaying the program. And then thanks to all of you online, always joining us, sharing your thoughts in the comment section, making sure that you can engage every single day. I want to appreciate Jerry Yasia. Let me recognize a few of you just before going off. Jerry Yasia, thanks for being here tonight. We appreciate you. Steve Bonge, yes. Dear sister, thanks for joining us tonight. Ruth Goba, my Ruth, we appreciate you. Ruthland Novel, that's Ruthland Shilu. Thanks for coming on tonight. I see Freeman. Yes, Freeman, our dear sister. Thanks for joining us tonight. Jonathan Banks, we appreciate you for coming on tonight. Nimle, we appreciate you as well. Nathaniel K. Hill, Harriet Marcus, Daniel Gates, thanks for coming on. My Janet Son, we appreciate you tonight. Philip Bala, Mr. Bala has done the countdown as usual. And he says 4 hours, 38 minutes. Let me check that out. But we appreciate you for being on tonight, Pierre Kimmer. We want to say thank you for joining us as well, ma'am. Joseph Bindi, thank you for coming on. Lucine Terwali, we appreciate you. William Hines, Buster Toll, thanks for coming on tonight. Oprah Gawe, Idris Lome, we appreciate you as well. Jerry, yes, here again. Mr. Cousin, Bill Cousin, thanks for joining us, Mr. Cousin. We appreciate you. Sam Siafa, Sam Rennie Siafa, thank you for joining us tonight. Leroy Johnson is here as well. I see Thomas Kwaka joining us also. Emmanuel Saki, thank you for coming on. Edna Wise, we appreciate you as well. Nappy Boy, Nate, thank you. Fanny Masakwe, Augustine Gonga. We appreciate all of you for joining Spoon Talk tonight. It's been a great show. Your contributions matters a whole lot, and we are here because of you. We appreciate your many contributions, your engagements in the comment section, sharing the show most times. We appreciate all of you taking up your time to watch the show every night. Is something we highly appreciate as well. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow. The invitation is yours to join us. Until then, my name is Nelson Collet. I want to say good night. You can also join us shortly for the late night show. The late night Politics on Spoon is coming up. You can make up time to join us. Until then, have a good night, and till we meet on the late night show just in a few minutes from now, or on Spoon Talk tomorrow. Keep following Spoon and have a good night. Bye-bye for now.
Spoon.